Hello. Bum 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 doo da doo da la 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 Bailing go do 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 dum dum day. Oh ho the merry go, off the work we go. Hi ho hi ho hi ho hi ho, off the work we go. Gotta get some fuel for this tractor. Just getting a little low. Oh boy. Okay. Give me a couple minutes, then we can play documentary. Then we can play some documentary. Some criminal documentaries. Get inside sick motherfuckers' brains. Bitches, why did you kill that prick? Man, my tractor's dirty. Honor. Water. Get off the fucking tractor tire, dummy. Give me my tractor a bath. Fuck me, she's caked with mud. God, I'm excited for Farming Simulator 2025. I'm excited. They're gonna have twisters in it. Trees that actually move. The sky look like an actual sky. I'm pumped. But it doesn't come out till November 12th. Boo. I got almost whole 2 months to wait. Okay, I think it's cleaned enough. Excuse me. Did I leave that rig's light on? No, it just looks like it. But I do need to buy another tractor. Fact is, because this one doesn't do well with bales. Too light in the back. I should put some weights on it. Maybe it'll do just fine. I should go invest in some weights. $1,000. Yikes. Gotta make some money out of those hay bales. They better bring me some profit. Cause god damn. I'm running out of money. This truck lights. Oh, that's my tractor lights. Maybe I'll turn on my tractor lights. I mean my shed lights, not my tractor lights. No, where are you going? Fucking thing. Wow. Where the hell do you think you're going? Fucking thing. I should sell that rake. I don't really need it now. I need some money more than anything. I need the money. Well, we'll sell the rake. Or wind roller or whatever. I call it a rake. Okay, it's sold. Now I need some weights. Let's put some weights on the back of this tractor. It's gonna need it. That's crane weights. What the fuck is that? Oh, weight frame. Sure. We'll go white. It's a Fendt weight, but I don't care. I need it. Alright, let's go tractor. We got stuff to go pick up. Gotta close the shop doors. wonder what Graina said that. I need to sell some grain. Get rid of these bales first. Put my four-ways on. Hold on, I gotta save the chat. My chat's blowing up. Hey everybody, hope you're all doing good. Mumshy and Sister Cab. I hope you all are doing well. Wow. Take the mailbox out. Take the mailbox out. Taking my tractor for a run. Taking it for a run. Woohoo! Took care of a sign. I gotta go get some weights. This is gonna be a fun road trip. Let's go. Just waiting for my phone to charge up more so I can play documentaries. Oh wait, it is charged. What do you know? Well, I'm driving off the road. That's okay. Alright, I'm gonna play a documentary. And you guys enjoy.
I think they're crazy.
She brought me over here to help her clean her house, and it's just psychotic, man. They've got a dead body I sat on like I was a couch.
Come on. Okay, come on. Come to me. What's your name?
You're upstairs. Let yourself know now. Kids, come out.
We need to get her out of the house. She's been hit in the head with baseball.
He said he would kill everybody. What's in your pants? Is there a gun in your pants? I said I grabbed the gun when... Don't move.
Escalated quickly.
This was the chaotic scene Evansville, Indiana law enforcement officers found when they arrived at Heidi Carter's residence on the night of October 19, 2021. By the end of the night, they were faced with 2 dead bodies, a victim in the hospital, 2 people under arrest, and countless questions. The appalling details of the crime would only make sense once police determined who the real victim was and delved into the twisted mind of the perpetrator. following footage has never been seen before. On the night of October 19th, 2021, a state trooper opened his door to find a panicked woman clutching a hammer and begging for help. She'd seen his cruiser parked out front after escaping from a terrifying and disturbing situation down the street. He then made a 911 call.
He's off duty right now. He had someone come up to his door, knocking on it, advising that they need officer assistance with the possible kidnapping. Where's this at? And a murder.
Other officers soon arrived, but they had no idea the nightmare they were walking into.
What you got?
She sat on a dead body. Okay. Yeah, dude. She keep knocking on my house.
Is it that White House?
Yeah.
I think they're crazy.
While the officers suspected there had been previous calls to the house in question,
I was just here about a month ago.
police would soon learn that what took place behind closed doors that night was nothing short of a nightmare. The woman who escaped the White House, Cynthia Weinsappel, began to relay a terrifying story. And it soon became obvious that the situation was dire. Little did they know, this was only the beginning.
What's going on here?
I was hanging out with this girl that I was supposedly working with, and she brought me over here to help her clean her house, and just psychotic, man. They've got a dead body I sat on. I thought it was a couch. Like I felt hair when I went to sit down. I felt funny to sit down, and then I went like that. And the hand slipped, and the blanket came off. The head came out, but you could tell she was like...
Came out of what?
The blanket. They was just acting like everything was just a normal day.
Cynthia claimed that she'd sat on a couch in the house, only to feel something like human hair. It was then that she discovered she was in fact sitting on a dead body. But this gruesome discovery is only one piece of the horrors that had taken place inside the house, and, as police would soon find out, were still taking place as they spoke. As soon as she found the body, Cynthia tried to escape, only to be trapped by two people and prevented from leaving. Though she doesn't say it just yet, the events someone had already been killed. She discovered something that put all of the officers on edge, that another woman was still being held captive inside the house.
Step out front! You just stay right there.
Just as officers were beginning to make a plan on how to get inside to rescue the other woman being held there, they noticed movement near the house. A terrifying scene would soon unfold.
Hey, come out here! Hey! Hey! Somebody just ran inside. Show me your hands. Yeah, show me your hands. Step out of the vehicle. Yep, I've got eyes on the back. And I've got eyes on this lady. Get out of the van now.
Can somebody go to the other side of the house, like drive around the block?
I got the car. Hey, walk towards them over here.
The woman exiting the house and who the police are handcuffing is 36-year-old Heidi Carter.
Just relax. You got to relax a minute.
Please get in the house. He's in there. There's people in.
Somebody came out the front door and went back in when they saw us.
I don't know what it is.
Come over here. Relax.
No,
Despite Heidi's hysterics, she wasn't the woman that Cynthia had said was being held against her will.
Does Heidi live here?
Heidi's boyfriend is Carrie, which is the dude that...
Kerry Hammond, Heidi's boyfriend, had been one of the people who tried to prevent Cynthia from leaving. The police were already very familiar with him, and their concerns grew when Cynthia alleged that he was making threats.
Is anybody hurt in that house? Who?
I'm trying to help her.
Who is hurt? Is somebody hurt in that house? Who? Two people?
It's sick. It's so sick. Yes.
Is somebody dead in that house?
Yes.
Heidi said the woman still trapped inside was named Amanda, but the rest of her story bordered on incomprehensible. The situation inside was incredibly volatile. Police decided to call everyone outside using a megaphone and arranged for an armored vehicle to come to the scene. more officers from multiple agencies, including the Sheriff's Department, City Police, and State Police, arrived and surrounded the residence. But even with all of this, they could not have anticipated how quickly things would go downhill.
Yes. Can you not please get out of the sight? Please,
Okay, just you're fine. You're fine. You can't see me.
We got contact with the front door. Hold traffic.
As someone exits the house, police brace themselves, expecting Carrie Hammond. But they quickly learned that this was not the case.
Stand back up and come back to me. Hands on your head. Come back to me. Keep coming. Keep coming to my voice. Keep coming to my voice.
The man gave his name as Jason Harvey, and he claimed to be the one renting the house. He was handcuffed for the time being in case he was involved. What he shared escalated the already dire situation even further.
Hands up! Come out now! Do not reach down there again!
Yeah, my kids are upstairs right now. This is going on here. How old are you?
Just be advised that kids are upstairs.
That's right. Not only was someone being held captive, but there were children in the residence as well. Before officers even had a chance to reconvene, someone else was seen near the front door, and they appeared to be holding a weapon.
He invited me back there because Domino's sold it.
So wait. Escalated quickly?
Yeah.
Officers are shocked when the unexpected happens, but exactly what just occurred, who had come to the door, and the harrowing discoveries found inside the house would all be explained later. This unbelievable turn of events would end up being only one piece of an incredibly disturbing puzzle, and officers would be tasked with untangling a sickening web to truly understand all of the horrors that had taken place in the house. One particularly tricky aspect of this stomach-churning case was determining who exactly was a victim and who was only pretending. With so many people involved, investigators also had to keep track of who was who. Jason was the man who exited the home and claimed to rent it. It was his children who he said were still inside. Heidi rented the ground floor from Jason, and she claimed her boyfriend, Carrie Hammond, was at the house that night as well. Cynthia, Heidi's friend, had come to the house under strange circumstances and later escaped. Still inside was Amanda and her boyfriend Tim, who had also been invited to the home by Heidi. In order to begin sorting through the dramatic and disturbing events of the night, Heidi, Cynthia, and Jason were all brought to the police station to answer questions. As it turned out, Cynthia had a warrant for her arrest.
If I stick around and I agree to you, I wouldn't go.
But that's the police.
You have to arrest on felony warrant. It's not a misdemeanor.
I did the right thing. Y'all are killing me. Like, this is why people don't do this.
It was time to untangle the disturbing story. Nothing could prepare investigators for the sick truth they would eventually uncover.
So, a baseball hit you in the face and ruined your engagement photos. But
Unfortunately, Heidi didn't seem inclined to make the process easy.
Okay, I am going to search you. We're trying to do our job and keep everyone safe.
Cynthia was in another interrogation room, waiting to talk to police. It was 6 hours before a detective arrived to talk to Heidi. When he arrived, he would begin to untangle a story so disturbing that he would remember it for the rest of his career.
Heidi. Yeah? Can wake up for me, okay?
I'm like awake.
What's that?
Is I'm like awake?
Okay. I'm gonna have one of these officers take those handcuffs off of you so you can sit in a chair, okay?
Okay. Are you the detective?
Yes.
Come on, bud. I think on my shirt.
What'd you say?
The woman's blood that, Amanda.
Yes.
Is,
Why don't you sit in this one over here?
After confirming Heidi's personal information, the detective informed her of her Miranda rights. Heidi agreed to talk to him without a lawyer present.
How long have you lived there at the house on Clemson?
maybe since sometime in August.
Okay. And how did you come to live there?
I was staying at the Econo Lodge, and I went by to break by the Econo Lodge. When I came to town, Carrie had actually moved me out here.
Kerry Hammond is Heidi's boyfriend. He doesn't live at the house where Heidi was renting the ground floor from Jason.
He moved me out here, and then I met Jason, actually, and we hit it off, and he's been my friend. Basically, him and his kids had the upstairs, it's a bigger house,
Right.
And then there was me and my dog, we had our room.
Jason, the man renting the house where Heidi was living, was advised of his rights when he came to the station. He, too, agreed to speak with the police. His questioning would prove to be extremely helpful in determining who exactly was a victim or not. Earlier, when he first exited the house, Jason had appeared shocked at the situation unfolding at his home.
What's going on in there? I just came on the bathroom and came over to wife.
He then shocked everyone by informing officers that his children were still inside during an incredibly volatile situation.
Just be advised, the kids are upstairs.
In the moments following the unexpected incident, officers jumped on the opportunity to get inside the house and attempt to rescue those still trapped there, including Jason's children. Using the armored vehicle for cover, officers approached the house, likely bracing themselves for the potential horrors inside. They had no idea that the grim discoveries they would make were only the tip of the iceberg.
Police department, if you're in the house, be known.
All right, you guys ready?
Kids are upstairs.
On you.
North, south, west.
Got a long hall, multiple doors. Ready?
On you. Go.
Go, go, go. I got the long hall.
Yeah, Mike, in the closet.
We're clearing the house.
Everything you got with you?
Okay.
Clear.
Back, dogs. Hold on, we got another room back here.
Police department, if you're upstairs, make yourself known now.
Kids, come out.
Keep coming down. Come out to the stairs. You're okay? Come downstairs. The hands up.
Elbow contact. Yep.
Hands up. Keep coming. You're good.
Watch your gun.
Keep coming. Come on, kids. Come on, guys.
Come on out, kids.
Make a. Hey,
Guys, come on,
over here.
make a hole.
Come over here. Make a hole.
Come on, guys. Okay. I got him.
Here, hang on, guys. Let's get that out of the way. Out there. Hold on.
Hey, one more.
Delano. Out there. We're coming out with two. Guys, just look to the right. Look to the right.
Jason's children made it out of the house safe, but not everyone would. Following his children's rescue, Jason later alleged during questioning that nothing earlier that day indicated something so horrific was going to happen later. Investigators wanted to clarify how exactly Heidi had come to live in the house Jason was renting.
How do you know Heidi? I just know Heidi from meeting her in a bar back in July. Okay. So you met her in July, and then I found out that she was living at the hotel where they let the vendors at. Oh, okay. And I didn't think she needed to be there, so I told her she'd come stay with us so we could figure for something out. Yeah, okay. Carrie already living with you, or did they both move in together? No, Carrie lives at the safe house. Okay. Yeah. So yesterday, went to work like normal, went and had dinner with a girl I'm dating and everything else. Came home like normal, went to sleep. I get that back. Also been passed with stone, which I passed tonight. That's the reason why I didn't notice the light until I came out of the bathroom. Right. But I didn't take my work test from back, and I passed out earlier and woke up to pretty much all this except for going to the bathroom. Right.
Jason's recollection of events begs the question, did he actually miss the truly horrific events taking place in his own house? Or is there something else going on? Back with Heidi, the detective continued to press her for details.
How long have you been with Carrie?
Just since I moved here. I've known him since, I don't know, I would say maybe March or something.
Heidi also alleged that her relationship with Carrie was rife with violence.
Have you ever called us before for any of the stuff he's done?
No.
Okay. So the whole time you two been dating, he's been at the safe house? Okay. Do you know what he was in trouble for that ended up being laid out?
A syringe or something.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Something drug related.
Right.
Carrie had an extensive criminal history going back to 1993, including intimidation with a deadly weapon in 2005 and subsequent charges for robbery, battery, and drug-related offenses. As police uncovered more, it became clear that Carrie's crimes were only escalating, but they had no idea just how far things would go. He wasn't the only one with a record. Heidi also had a felony warrant out for her arrest. She had a record going back to 1997, including charges for domestic battery, auto theft, and resisting arrest. Heidi claimed that Carrie encouraged her to go on a dating site.
In terms of you and him and other women, how often was that stuff going on?
That happened twice before, and that was through, let me see, okay, the first one was Danny, then there was Kelly, and then Amanda.
Heidi explained that she met Amanda, the same woman who would later be held hostage in the house, on a dating app called Tammy, and that they talked briefly there before exchanging phone numbers. Heidi arranged for Amanda to come over to the house.
So you said you sent a message saying something about her boyfriend and wife?
Yeah.
Okay, but then what made you think it was just going to be her coming over?
It's everything that when she texted him, talking to her, it was an I thing.
According to Heidi, Amanda insisted that her boyfriend, 50-year-old Tim Ivy, also join her, and the two headed to the house around 3 a.m., according to Heidi.
Did they say anything about anybody coming or going or anything happening in your house today?
This is something about some dude coming and going, I guess.
Oh, you're drinking alcohol?
I don't know,
Eating, right.
I'm an alcoholic.
Right.
I know definitely I was.
Heidi appeared to have a long history of substance use and also admitted to using methamphetamine that day. Though Jason's children were now safe,
Just take a breath, okay? You're fine. Hey, buddy. Come here.
police were likely shocked to hear that they'd been in the home during all of the horrific events that took place downstairs. Understandably, investigators are concerned that perhaps Jason's children saw more than they were letting on.
Did she say anything about anything happening with any of these people that are in your house?
She just said that the guy had tried to follow her upstairs.
Despite this apparent close call, both children were lucky enough to avoid stumbling upon the sickening crimes taking place in their home. Heidi's story is about to take a dark turn, but she's only just beginning to reveal what happened to Amanda, the woman she met on a dating app and invited over, and her boyfriend, Tim.
It started taking the... Do I have to go into details with that, or...
I mean, not terrible details, but so you guys engaged in some form of activity between you, Amanda, and Tim.
Yeah.
Were you guys in the middle of doing stuff when Carrie came in?
Yeah.
Okay, and he got pissed off.
Yeah.
What did he do then?
Well, like I said, he started... He had hit him, he had hit her, and he, then he,
And you said hit. Was this hands, fists?
he was using different things, like he...
Weapons? What,
Yeah.
I mean, what kind of weapons did he use? You said he used
Yeah,
weapons.
baseball bat.
Okay.
And he...
On both of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
He did not hit me.
Earlier at the scene, Cynthia, Heidi's friend who came to be at the house that night under strange circumstances, shared a similar story.
Does Heidi live here?
Heidi's boyfriend is Carrie. He is the one that was the aggressor that had the gun. He's the one that had the baseball bat.
Okay, now he had hit me later in the evening. He used a lot of force and that because you don't have to, I don't care if I'm engaged or not. Like, you know.
Did you ever do anything to try to stop him when he was hitting them with the stuff? So you tell me honestly, 100% truth, you don't know anything about any of that that happened downstairs.
Shut me on a polygraph. We really need to do that.
In addition to offering to take a polygraph, Jason allowed the police to download the contents of his phone and provided access to his front door camera to help them establish a clear timeline for the awful events of the day. Whether or not he was as uninvolved as he said remained to be seen.
Did you tell him to stop? Did you try to, physically make him stop?
To the best that I'm able to. I'm yelling at him, trying to grab his arm.
Heidi's story only gets more harrowing as she continues.
Well, you say he restrained them. How did he go about doing that?
Tape.
Okay.
And then,
both of them? Or?
I tape with them, Tim, okay? And then I think he might have used tape with her, but then there's also like the restraints.
Heidi claims that she left the house to seek help and went to a work site to pick up Cynthia, the woman who eventually had to escape and was the one who alerted law enforcement. When she picked Cynthia up, she told her that she needed help, but she didn't tell her it was because of what Carrie had done. Rather, she said she needed help cleaning the house, and Cynthia agreed.
Without directly saying, I was reaching out for help, like saying, making comments to Cynthia about, making hints at it,
Like how?
About my boots, being dirty, and I can't remember exactly, but I was basically trying to hint, because I couldn't call 911. I couldn't be the one that saying off shit happened. Like, I was trying to call 911, but not being the one that called 911.
Despite her discomfort, exhaustion, and recent trauma, Cynthia's account of the night's horrific events would highlight some issues with Heidi's version of events.
There was a yellow pair of construction boots. There was blood on them, okay? And I put those on.
Note that these were not the boots Heidi was currently wearing. She alleged that after she wore them, Carrie cut the bloody pair off her feet and intended to burn them.
I kept making comments to her about it, and she wouldn't even look down at them.
Cynthia, though, said she had a reason not to worry about the condition of Heidi's boots.
She told you what?
The
raccoon did what? Why would she tell me that?
I never said anything about a raccoon. I tried to still make references, okay? But why would I say a raccoon?
Well, she said that's what she said.
No, I didn't say anything about a raccoon. I was straight up, implying stuff.
In contrast, Cynthia maintained that Heidi never communicated anything was wrong, just asked her to come over to help clean. Clearly, one of the women was lying, but the police didn't yet know which one. The question was, why? Well, because the truth is far more disturbing than anyone could have even imagined. When Heidi and Cynthia got to the house, all hell broke loose.
I kept hearing like a whistle. I kept hearing deep noises throughout the night. I automatically thought it was some girl that was upstairs. But then she was downstairs whenever I heard it this last time, and I was like, what was that? So I go to sit down, and I think I'm sitting on the couch at this point. I'm sitting on the couch at this point. It was not a couch. It was making me.
How did you realize that it was a person?
So rearrange the kitchen like this, right here. My hand slipped, and you can see the face. You can tell what is it.
Okay.
When Heidi first emerged from the house, she made a disturbing statement along similar lines.
He said he would kill everybody.
And then when she realized what I had seen, they tried to tell me I couldn't leave here at that point. And I was like, I'm leaving, you don't understand. You can't keep me here. I've been there too long. I'm not going to tell on y'all. I was like, I'm leaving. And he told me, no, this is Taser's baseball bat. And put it just for it. And he's like, negative.
Cynthia claimed that Carrie thought she'd stolen a key to one of the vehicles while cleaning and intended to strip search her. Cynthia refused and said that she told Carrie she would continue to refuse, even if he hit her.
And they pretty much tell me that if I leave, that I die. Okay, whatever. So I sit down and I feel like a good, little girl, and I didn't know anything, and I was trying to go off to where I had to get away too.
This was yet another conflict between Heidi and Cynthia's stories.
Well, she told me that you guys told her she couldn't leave, kept her from leaving. Eventually, she told Carrie she needed to go to the bathroom, and you let her go to the bathroom, and that's when she snuck out.
No, listen, that's straight up. It is straight up. Because she even, one that never, I don't even think he ever told her that she couldn't leave. Finally, I was like, I had to pee. And they were like, well, you're going to pee right there. And I said, I'm not. You can't stop me or not.
At the scene, Cynthia had told officers the same distressing story.
After I found the body, they started freaking out, telling me I had to stay. I was like, I don't know anything. This is a prop, right? This is a joke, right? So you know what I mean? Trying to play it off like it wasn't real.
And then how'd you get to this point right here?
I told him I had to pee, and I went up back.
The detective would confront Heidi with more soon enough, but for now, he refocused the conversation on the details of Tim's horrific fate.
And we kept going towards him, and I know it's because of me, like I said, that he was there, because he was very, very, very possessive of me. And basically, the whole room is covered in blood. Like, her blood, his blood.
What about after you came back with Cynthia? How was Tim then?
Like, he was dead, and he had a blanket over him,
Okay.
and he was stiff.
Earlier at the scene, Heidi had told police about Tim.
How do you know there's somebody dead in there?
He was pulling a body in a blanket.
Who?
Harry?
And what did he tell you happened? Tell you how he did it?
He didn't tell me, but he said with his bare hands, and I knew he had blood all over his pants, and like there was blood everywhere. Okay, and he was in the middle of cleaning it up. It's like bloodbath.
If the scene was as gory as Heidi described, it's hard to imagine that no one else in the house noticed. What Heidi said next made that scene even less likely.
And Jason, I mean, it's not his job to protect me, but
What matters most to you? Can't wait to experience.
yeah, he'd come down and go right past the body, you know.
She said at some point you were down there and walked right beside it where this dead dude was laying covered up with blankets and stuff. I never did that same thing.
It was a little harder to get an answer from Cynthia.
Did you see any other, did you see anything that would lead you to think that somebody had been hurt in that house? Do you remember seeing anything other than cleaning up the dog's messes? Cynthia? Hey, Cynthia, stay with me here. Okay, I'm trying to let you rest, okay, but this is a big deal.
You don't understand. They have to sit here and think it's making me nauseous.
Okay.
Back with Heidi, she finally asked the detective an important question.
This chick is Amanda. She's still alive. She is. She's not. Like, I know that she's really gonna be dead.
Initially, Heidi had been questioned about Amanda, and what she said only worried officers more.
He killed Amanda?
I don't know. He was trying to. No, she was alive when just a minute ago. Okay.
After rescuing Jason's children, officers turned their attention to trying to find the woman still being held hostage inside. Amanda's rescue from the home was nothing short of harrowing. As police cleared the home, they made a horrific discovery in Heidi's bedroom.
It's outside. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go.
Where you at? Back here. I got a female down, and I got blood.
Somebody get with her. Make contact.
Where you at?
Back up. What's your name? Somebody down. Somebody stay with him.
What's your name? Stay with me.
Okay, I got you.
Hey, you got any weapons? Okay. Hey, can you come? Take your blood. Hey, you can't touch his face with the door. Okay. Hey, you got one thing. Okay, that's fine. We're not worried about that, okay? Come to me. Come to me. No weapons, correct? Okay. Come on. Okay, come on. Come on. Come on. Come to me. What's your name? Amanda? Okay, Amanda, come to me. Keep coming to me. Guys, we're coming up. We need to get her out of the house. She's been hitting the head with baseball. Okay. Keep walking. Keep walking. Let him know I'm coming up. Medics. Where's she at?
Abby came here.
We don't have any tac meds here. Okay, bring her back here.
Following her rescue, Amanda was taken to the hospital immediately for emergency medical attention to treat her terrible injuries. But she spoke to the police as soon as she was able to. What she revealed would flip everything on its head, and the truth is even more twisted than anyone has been letting on.
Other than, when you guys were together, after that, did you ever put your hands on Amanda or Tim in any way? Did she ever have that?
Yeah, she had it. She never threatened me.
Okay.
I because I know with him at certain points, but then as soon as he wasn't there, then I would try to calm her down.
According to Amanda, though, things were far more complicated than Heidi let on.
She was so back and forth,
Right.
bipolar, up and down. I never knew what she was doing.
Knowing this, the detective continued to push Heidi. The more he did, the more the inconsistencies became obvious.
I mean, did you ever encourage what he was doing? I mean, did you ever join in and like making threats to them to kill them, or do anything to them?
No. She was involved. She wasn't touching me, but she was there and encouraging him with that one.
And they had made threats, I'm assuming. You talked about they told you they were going to kill you and stuff like that. So, did he ever do anything to you physically? Okay. At what point did that happen?
She was still alive. The first time was before she left the job site, and the second time was right after she left the job site, because he did it again whenever she left.
So he did it once while she was there, and once while she was gone to the job site.
And once while she was there was a warm up, because then they had.
But Heidi was ready to explain this too.
Like I said, I'm trying to keep him calm, like I didn't want things to get worse with those two, and I didn't want to be in this position either. So, he wanted to, when I met with, and at first he yelled at me when I was trying to be nice, I was trying to take care of her. But then I decided that I had to kill him. You know how hard of a decision it is? I love him, I hated him, I wanted away from him, he was abusive, and like I said, I know that he went to that and broke my leg, it just.
I guess so she flipped and decided that he wasn't allowed to touch me anymore. She was getting me out of there. That she was going to have to kill him. That was what going to have to happen. She was going to have to kill him. That was the only way that she would be able to get me out of there. I don't know if that was real or if it was trying to be big cop, bad cop. But she told him he wasn't allowed to hurt me anymore. And then he would come in and he would hold a gun up to me and she would freak out, or she would piss him off and he would come in with a knife and stand there like he was going to stab me. And it was like all mind games with him.
Right.
This was only the beginning of the sickening mind games that took place.
Did you tell Amanda or Tim that you were going to help get rid of them?
No.
Did you tell them anything about being able to get rid of their bodies or anything like that?
I didn't know anything how to get rid of the body.
Before she left is when you heard them talking about getting rugs to wrap you both up
They told
in.
us straight out that's what they were doing.
Okay.
They told us the entire time that that's what they were doing. They were going to kill us.
Okay.
That we weren't getting out.
Perhaps unsurprisingly, Heidi blamed all of this on Carrie. In fact, she'd started shifting the blame to Carrie right from the beginning, when she first exited the house.
Gary Hammond is a monster. I don't know. Oh, God, can I please?
You stay right there.
He said that they both had to die. He said that from the very beginning. And in the beginning, I said, I was like, I'm fine with that. I'm not fine with that. But I said that I was fine with that, okay? And I'm being compliant. Am I guilty of that? Yeah, but does that make me a guilty person, a guilty party? Like, I'm some murderer that I'm going to just sit here and beat people? And that's the whole situation. He looked me in the eye and said, you're going to kill him. And then, I'm not going to kill him. And last night, I was sitting there, I had myself up there, I was going to have to kill him.
Yet earlier in the scene, Heidi was oddly focused on one thing, herself.
Who was supposedly dead?
I don't know his name. And his girlfriend, he's been terrorizing me. Like, non-stop, I can't get Please, can I have something to drink?
Not right now. We got more important stuff going.
And I actually said that either he's going to kill me or I'm going to kill him. I didn't know that anybody else was going to be hurt. I don't want anybody else hurt. I did say two things that were, I know that I did.
What were those two things?
Heidi alleged that Amanda and Tim chose to watch violent adult videos, and that this was the basis for the first comment that she made.
And I said, isn't it good that you guys watch the Simpsons and then now look what just happened?
She made some kind of video saying she wouldn't have done what she done if we did.
The other thing you said. Too.
It was something, it did not help him.
What did you say to her?
It was something in reference to about sneaking around somebody's back or something or whatever.
Once again, Amanda had a different story to share.
They did what they did. What does she mean by that?
Something about we had tried to hurt her, so they were trying to hold us as well.
Furthermore, Amanda said that she had never even seen the other people in the house and only had contact with Heidi and Carrie. She didn't even know Jason and Cynthia's names and only knew other people were in the house because she'd heard voices. It seemed that they'd been telling the truth when they insisted that they had no knowledge of the violence.
What's up, now? The first time you talk, I don't want that. You're taking your right to me, but the more I talk to other people, I think maybe you're telling me the truth. At this point, it's hard to tell. But you can tell me straight up, 100%, anything about any of what I just told you that anything about me.
The battle for the truth was down to Heidi and Amanda, though by this point the detective likely had a suspicion about what the outcome would be. Still, the chilling details about to be revealed are nothing short of shocking.
Yeah, we're broken up. So that's what made me think, like, was this some kind of a setup just to piss off Carrie and get him? You know what I mean? No. I don't do that kind of stuff.
As Heidi mentioned, she was out of the house when the murder itself took place. Amanda, however, trapped and unable to leave, witnessed the horror and recounted the event in all its brutality.
I kept telling him to be quiet. I panicked more. Terry came in, and he told him to shut up, and he ran over and kicked him straight in the balls.
Mm-hmm.
Partly because his filter boots, which made him cry out.
Yeah, understandable.
And wouldn't stop making noise, and Terry started wrapping the belt around his neck, and I guess Tim's fight or flight kicked in, and he actually, because he didn't fight back that much the first time. He tried to,
Right.
then he realized, and then I think he thought if he cooperated, he would get out of it.
And so after Carrie kicked him in the crotch and then put a belt on his neck, that's when Tim started trying to fight against him.
Like, he started to strangle him, and he fought back, and he started to scream at the top of his lungs as he was fighting back.
Right.
And Terry was like, "You're gonna be quiet," and he kept struggling him.
And then eventually Tim stopped fighting back. Yeah.
Carrie stood there, and he kept holding it, and he kept holding it, and he kept holding it. And looked at me, and he's like, "Did you think you guys were gonna get out of this?"
Mm-hmm.
After rescuing Amanda, officers made a horrific discovery.
Yep. Supposedly a body under all this. Where? Right here. Okay, well let's clear the basement.
Tragically, police confirmed that the body they found in the house was none other than Amanda's boyfriend, 50-year-old Timothy Ivy. He was declared dead on scene. The fact that Cynthia found Tim's body in the dining room, not the bedroom where Amanda said he died, told police something else significant.
I didn't move him. He moved him. He had been in the blanket, and he moved him.
Who moved him? Both of them did. Okay.
Terry mostly. He was trying to get dressed.
What I had done, and I had to drag it down, but anytime I had him up, like, and I acted like I was, because he said something about you have to go dark as night. Okay, I'm sorry, I can detect.
What does he mean by that?
I guess we have like souls or hears. I don't know. I'm hanging on him.
When searching the house, police discovered Tim's body right where Cynthia said it would be.
You want to just gonna pull the covers back on body?
You actually have a body in there?
Pull the covers in. Let's come now. Pull the covers down. Let's come now.
Yep, we got a body. We're gonna be. Okay, duct tape? Yep. Okay. We got a body. Male?
No, looks like it.
Can you take a pulse just to make sure?
He got rigor mortis.
No, not for this body.
Yeah.
Cynthia and Amanda's stories aligned with each other and the evidence, making Heidi the outlier. The truth of what Heidi had done was horrific. With this in mind, the detective finally became more confrontational with her.
I saw a video from one of our officers' body cameras when they first got you out of the house, and you said something about holding somebody down.
No, I said something about holding somebody down.
Come here. Come here.
I got a gun. Are you having me up?
We don't get it.
It appears Heidi is being honest when she says that she told the officers at the scene about the gun. However, they didn't seem to realize she had the gun until another officer later pats her down.
Hey girl, I'm gonna need you to stand up here in a sec, okay? Hang tight right there for me. I'm gonna go ahead and get this part out of the way. You got anything on you? It's gonna stick, poke me, hurt any way, shape, or form. Anything? Hey, let me finish. Anything I need to know about before I find it?
I don't know.
No pocket knives, no needles, no.
And I noticed he wanted.
What do you mean you grabbed everything you could? You don't have any on you currently. Okay. Okay. Hang tight right here. No. Hang tight right here. What's in your pants? Is there a gun in your pants?
I said I grabbed the gun.
Don't move. Don't move.
Why? I'm the first time in your a criminal?
Yeah, it's loaded.
Note that while Heidi was initially handcuffed at the scene, another officer uncuffed her in an attempt to calm her down.
I put her in handcuffs in the first place. Well, I know, and I took them off, but she couldn't make any sense every 3 seconds.
Meaning she could have drawn the firearm at any time since then.
You have any other weapons on you that we need to know about? Well, you weren't forthcoming with the first one, so you understand why I asked, right? Okay, I'm interested in what you got going on down there, okay? I'm going to search you, and I'm going to search you thoroughly. There's a female officer standing right here, so trust me, I'm not going to do anything inappropriate.
Indeed, I've seen a dead man get dragged out of my bedroom. And you guys are...
Hey, food on the bottom.
Astro yogurt with fruit on the bottom. Seriously.
The police had a question for Heidi that was even more crucial than the firearm.
Now, my biggest question is, what did you mean when you said something about holding somebody down? Because I did see that part of the video, and saw you say something along the line. I don't remember the exact quote. You said something about holding someone down.
Though Heidi now denied it, she had made a statement along those lines.
And then he tried to mock it. I was holding her because he's trying to make her strip down.
It wasn't clear if Heidi was referring to Amanda or Cynthia at this time, but the fact that she might have been restraining either woman was worrying. And even more troubling was the fact that this was just the beginning of the lies the detective was about to unravel.
That's one thing I still don't understand, is why she would tell me that you did have the gun and that you were making threats that both of them were going to die. If you were playing along with him like you said, sure, but I mean, why would she tell me that you had a gun?
He had the gun. He said the gun. I had not had the gun. I did have the gun. You know that. That I don't know.
Significantly, Amanda was not the only person who said Heidi had a gun earlier in the day.
Did you ever see a gun?
I did see the gun at the workhouse, but I didn't see it. I could have just a handle.
Okay, what? You saw a gun at the work site?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she had it at the workhouse.
Cynthia claimed she arrived at Heidi's house around noon. If she was telling the truth, that meant Heidi had the gun for about 11 hours, rather than the mere moments she made it sound like.
She's saying that you helped him.
Yeah, well, she said it was, I'm sitting here. And to be honest, without being offensive towards you, okay? I'm in a very tough situation, okay? And if you're coming at me, like even all I've done was try to keep myself alive and keep two women alive, okay? I can be
Here, Heidi includes herself as one of the victims. This is common among perpetrators who will often find a way to victimize themselves.
We'll take a break for a little bit. We'll let you chill out.
Once he stepped away from Heidi, the detective likely knew which version of the story he believed. Before dealing with that, though, he needed to give Cynthia some bad news.
I appreciate you talking with me a couple times today. Unfortunately, yeah. Okay. It's a no bond felony warrant. I talked to the prosecutor. I talked to my supervisors, and they all said we don't have a choice. So we're going to just transport you to jail here for long, and you'll have to see a judge about the warrant. I'm sorry. Well, it's not his decision to make.
The officer once again dove back into the interrogation, and Heidi's story changed one last time.
When you guys went to that work site or whatever today, did you have a gun with you then?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. I thought about that after you left. Yes, I did. Okay. He had given it to me because I was letting him think that I was going to help him fix, what had happened.
Where were you when you heard the gunshots?
Where was I?
Yeah.
Are you talking about when after the cops said?
Right. When you heard our gunshots.
I was on the curb.
Okay. Did you see what happened?
No.
No.
Can you tell me? I'm sure I might not be able to handle it.
Amanda had a bit more insight into what happened directly before the shots were fired.
He kept saying she was crazy and psycho, and she kept saying that, she didn't want to do this anymore. She didn't want to be with him. Whenever I heard him going to get Heidi, he came running back in the room, and he was like, "What did you do?" I was like, "How could I do anything? I didn't do anything."
Right.
He just kept walking back and forth.
Yeah.
He came back and he sat down in front of me at one point and leaned back, like he was just going to sit there and wait or something, and then he's the one that you shot, right?
There's a chilling reason the investigators have been speaking to everyone but Carrie tonight.
Whoa, hey, stop. Don't shoot back there.
It had been Carrie who stepped out of the house holding something that appeared to be a weapon.
It's Carrie Hammond. We can call him by name. Do not reach, sir! Do not reach! Do not reach!
We're good.
Until police confirmed if Carrie was dead, badly wounded, or waiting for an opportune moment to strike, he still had to be considered a threat. This is where the armored vehicle came in. Police used what they called the Bearcat as cover to approach Carrie and confirm he was dead, then moved his body away from any potential weapons.
I lost my grip on him. One more sec. Good job. We were moving this dude. His blood was like squirting out of his neck. I was like, oh, yeah. And he was definitely dead. He was so.
Back in the interrogation room, the detective broke the news to Heidi.
We ended up having to shoot Carrie because he had something that looked like a gun.
You got him?
Yeah, the officers did.
Okay.
So
That's,
he came out and had what looked like a gun in his hand and wouldn't put it down. So
I was thinking about killing him myself, thinking it was that thing for me to have to.
Notice that the detective didn't say Carrie had a gun, but rather something that looked like a gun.
Dude, I think that's a big piece of pipe. Yeah.
The item in Carrie's hands was later identified as a selfie stick, bent into the shape of a firearm. Law enforcement theorized he could have carried the stick to provoke the use of deadly force, but since Carrie was deceased, there was no way to say this for sure.
I did try to shoot a Carrie before. Okay, and it is the design as it sounds. I actually prepared myself that I was going to kill this man.
Last night you tried to shoot him?
No, this is before then, okay?
Okay.
As shocking as this claim was, the detective had other priorities at the moment.
I believe that you helped tie them up or bind them up. I believe that you had that gun in there and made the threats that they were both going to die. I believe her when she tells me that you told them that you knew people they could get rid of their bodies. And I believe her when she tells me that you had a much bigger part in all of this than what you've told me. You did nothing to help them.
In the beginning, because he even said, because I did nothing to help him. Okay, so, as I saw an opportunity to keep myself alive, okay?
You left. You were gone from there.
What are you saying?
Yeah.
You think that I'm just the same as him?
We're not the same type of person.
For
the crimes that took place in your house,
oh my God.
you are just as much as responsible as he is.
That's what you think?
Absolutely, that's what I think.
If you're not my judge, you're not my judge or nothing, okay?
But I'm the one responsible for investigating this, and that's what I've done all night long.
Okay.
And from every angle, I've looked at this and talked to everyone that was involved, other than Carrie and Tim, because they're both dead. Can't talk to them.
Maybe I didn't make the best decisions, but I never caused that. Never. Okay?
Despite her protests, Heidi was taken to jail to await trial. It was determined that Cynthia and Jason were not responsible for any part of the crime. On March 16, 2023, Heidi was convicted of criminal confinement, assault, and murder. She was sentenced to 16 years in prison for criminal confinement, 40 years for assault, and 65 years for murder, to be served concurrently. Her earliest possible release is set for 2070, so it's possible she will remain behind bars for the rest of her life. No punishment will ever undo the trauma and tragedy, but hopefully, Amanda and her family, along with Tim's family, can rest easier knowing that justice was served.
Mark's This Is Big event is on now.
This eerie footage of 98-year-old Margaret Douglas was taken just moments before she was murdered.
I touched it, was cold. The planning was so much starch on me. Then it hit me.
Oh my God.
That woman was 98 years old.
The police in Wadsworth, Ohio never could have expected that their investigation into another local crime would lead them to the key to solving the mystery behind her death and the nightmarish things that were done to her body afterwards. The deranged motive behind the unthinkable crime would leave the offender's family, as well as the police, in shock. The nightmare started when a man called the police to report that his car had been stolen. Much of what he reported was a lie, but would still lead to a truth so disturbing it would stick with the investigators for the rest of their careers. When police brought a 17-year-old Gavin Ramsey into the station on April 13th, 2018, to talk about breaking curfew and the increase of crimes in his neighborhood, they had no idea what they were getting into. Gavin was accompanied by his mother, Chris, and the police informed them both that he was not under arrest and could leave at any time. Some of the following footage has never been seen before.
Gavin, is your mom no longer here?
No. He said he can't run out of the church.
Yeah.
Because there's got to be more to that story, because I wouldn't go down there and pick up the pool if that's what he did.
The police were already well acquainted with Gavin. Lately, he appeared to have made a habit of going out at night to get up to all manner of mischief. This time, Gavin told a story about secretly meeting up with his friend, Braden.
We weren't really doing anything. We went over to the church and climbed up top. And then we went like into the courtyard, but that's all we did.
No. You did more. Unfortunately, that has left behind some very telling items. Okay? If we're going to get to the bottom of it, let's just make it the truth all at once. Let's deal with it and get it done.
17.
Yeah. You're a 10, so you're not looking at as much trouble.
The officer might come to regret this comment once she uncovers the full extent of Gavin's crimes. For now, all the police knew was that Gavin had been out after his curfew, but that was barely scraping the surface. Since he was staying rather tight-lipped, they also attempted to get the story from his friend, Braden.
Your phone?
Yes.
Where do you think you left it?
That I have no idea.
What were you doing last night?
Just out walking around. I forget the officer's name, but somebody stopped me. I talked to him for a little bit. I guess he was out looking for somebody.
Who were you walking around with?
Nobody.
There was a very good reason the police were out looking for someone. They had no idea how close they'd come to catching their culprit that night.
Are you missing a lighter?
Mm-mm.
No? Would you be surprised if I told you that there was a lighter with your phone?
Honestly, yes.
Gavin and Braden had a problem. In addition to the phone and lighter left at the church, the police also had security footage of the boys. When Braden was confronted with this, his story changed.
If you just want to be honest with me, that would be great. And if not, I can just say that you said you were nowhere near, and here's the video. I mean...
Okay. I appreciate, I guess, the straight upness. I do, honestly. I was out with a friend. We just went some rounds, and I'm not exactly sure what church that is, but we decided to get up on top of the roof, and then we dropped down to see if one of the doors were open, and then a silent alarm, not really silent, we heard it. We saw an officer walking from the church, and then we ran from him.
So was that Gavin's green lighter then, or yours?
Green lighter, that would be Gavin's.
When he found out Braden was talking to police, Gavin confirmed the story about the alarm. This would be the first in a series of confessions he would make over the coming days.
I didn't even know what was going off because we were by the windows and they were already cracked open, and like we were just messing with them, like they were honestly cracked open. I'm not lying anymore.
This immediately raises the question of what else Gavin had lied about.
You'd think that would be enough to scare the bejeebies out of you and go home. Were you guys gonna hide in the trailer?
No.
What did you do with the trailer?
I put one like behind like a little cement and popped it out.
Why were you guys gonna go in there?
I don't know, we honestly had nothing to do. And me and Braden together, we know it's not good, but I don't know, we're good friends, we just hang out.
According to Gavin's mother, her son wasn't supposed to be hanging out with Braden. This restriction didn't appear to have the intended effect, but that would soon be inconsequential compared to what else Gavin had been up to.
You guys do anything else in the area?
No.
So you guys didn't go into any cars? You know what? It would make me feel a lot better now if it was just the two of you that went into the cars.
Yeah.
You know, because of the other issue in the area. I'm sure.
I didn't even know there was issue there.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah. You guys didn't. Now would be the time to tell him, okay? Because we processed the cars, we did fingerprints and DNA. He's been in trouble. I would assume you were with him at Central Intermediate School?
Yeah.
So your DNA is on file as well. So that's all going to come up. If it's you guys, for goodness sakes, it's just rummaging through cars and nothing was even taken that they could tell. We've had a lot of goings on in the neighborhood lately. And probably more than the general public is aware. I'm sure. More than one incident. Yeah, so more than one incident. So,
Okay.
Unfortunately, we're trying to see if, they're all related and stuff like that.
The most extreme recent crime in the area came to the attention of police just a week earlier when they received a troubling call, which would kick off a case more disturbing than anyone could have anticipated. At first, they never imagined it was connected to Gavin's nighttime mischief, but would come to find that the cases were inextricable.
Roger, police.
Yes, this is Howard Leisure. My aunt lives on Portage Street.
Okay.
And a friend of ours stopped over there yesterday to check on her, and she was nowhere to be found. We didn't know if you found anybody wandering.
No, we don't have any reports of anybody wandering.
We can't find her in the house anywhere. We went in the house and looked through the whole house, couldn't find her. We don't know where she's at. She's 98 years old.
And she lived there by herself?
She lives there by herself, yes.
What's her name?
Margaret Douglas. And she never locks her house.
Okay.
She doesn't drive. She doesn't have a car. And I checked with what relatives I had phone numbers for, and nobody's heard from her or picked her up, so.
Okay.
This was obviously worrying, but Margaret's disappearance would only become more harrowing as the search got underway. When the police were chatting with Gavin in the first of 2 interviews, they attempted to uncover what else he might have gotten up to on recent nights.
So I'm guessing this isn't the first time yet?
No, like we've snuck out in the past before, but since I've got in trouble, this most recent one, like without the law, I haven't really snuck out at all.
When was this recent time that you got in trouble?
He has not had any freedom at all. I mean, he literally goes to work and home probably 3 months because he makes bad choices, and we don't want that for our kids. So he literally has no way.
At least that's what Chris thought. She clearly had no idea just how busy her son had been. Police had unwittingly started the process of uncovering the truth of Gavin's activities the previous week when talking to Margaret Douglas's nephew, Howard. Desperate to find his aunt and willing to help in any way he could, Howard and his wife Cindy went to the police station to answer questions.
And when was the last time you guys were there?
That was, I'm thinking it was a Tuesday in March 27th, I think it might have been.
Anything that anybody said?
It said open alarm,
No.
Margaret offered no. That's right, so just worry about it. Sorry.
She been trying to sleep. And so this past Sunday,
David called us.
okay.
David, who had grown up next door to Margaret and her late husband, was the couple's friend and caretaker. The police would need to talk to him too, sooner rather than later. During Gavin's first interview, things got progressively more disturbing as well, but police could never have guessed that his tale would eventually become a full-blown horror story.
Did you run this through glove boxes or anything? Yeah. And you didn't take it out, even change or anything?
Maybe like 50 times, but other than that, seriously nothing.
What you do with somebody that's in my car? It's so upsetting and scary.
I understand that, but it's really their own fault for not watching.
No, that's not mine all the time.
We watch yours every night.
It's not the point. It's not yours.
Gavin's crimes would only escalate from this point on. The previous week, with no idea that they were working on a connected case, the police met with Margaret's friend David. What he told them would prove to be invaluable, though it was far from reassuring.
Wayfair helps all of us create a home we love.
The Wayfair vibe at our place is Western.
But we all got our own thing.
Drama.
Glamour.
And I came up Sunday, and 3:30, somewhere around there, and there were 3 newspapers on the front porch. So I knocked on the door and I spoke with her. She never locked her door.
Was it common knowledge that her front door was not locked?
I don't think so. I know we never told anybody. I don't want anybody to know something like that, you know.
David walked through every room in the house, including the basement, but couldn't find Margaret. Where she was ultimately found would sicken and outrage everyone who cared about her. During the first conversation with Gavin, which took place a week after Margaret's disappearance, it became obvious that he'd been up to far worse things than he initially let on.
We had a carjacking.
Oh my God.
And suspect is a young white male with a nice complexion and blue eyes. Is that you?
No, it's not me. I wouldn't have the first thing about jacking a car.
The proximity of the crimes was more than slightly suspicious, and the police likely believed Gavin was still holding back. They had unknowingly drawn closer to the heart of Gavin's dark secrets when Margaret's friend David recounted not being able to find her. Little did anyone know that this would be the lead-up to a stomach-churning discovery.
Well, I told Howard, her nephew, to see if they came up. Because they come up and take a grocery shopping every 2 weeks, like, or so. See if they took a grocery shopping. He said, no, they hadn't.
When Howard still couldn't reach Margaret the next morning, he went to the house in person. Meanwhile, David also called some of Margaret's other friends and neighbors, but they hadn't heard from her either.
And this was all on Sunday?
Yeah. And,
Were you making those calls on your cell phone?
no, I made it on her phone there on the desk. It's the old style phone.
Oh, the rotary phone?
Yeah, the rotary phone.
Okay.
Yeah, and I called that.
You don't want to use that digital phone?
Well, it wasn't in the bracket.
Okay.
The missing phone would also turn out to have shocking implications, along with a few other seemingly innocuous observations made by Howard and his wife.
I know we weren't able to find her wallet and checkbook. Can you describe her wallet to me?
The wallet is red. It's about, I would say rectangle. I would say maybe 4 inches in width.
Do you remember the location of the heater when you were there?
Oh yeah, it was right smack in front of the closet door.
Okay.
And actually that thought hit my mind when they asked me to look for her coat. And I went over there and I thought, why did Margaret put that heater in front of the closet door?
The odd placement of the heater would come up again later. Perhaps the strangest thing was a jar of blackberry jam in Margaret's living room. There would turn out to be a sick reason it was there, but nobody knew that yet. Gavin's second interview, however, would eventually tell all. After searching the house twice and finding no sign of Margaret, Howard and Cindy decided it was time to call the police. When they arrived, Howard helped them search the house yet again, which is when the case took a turn. During their first conversation with Gavin, the police brought up the terrible results of that search.
There's no reason for me to fluff anything up. Nope. And I'm sure you guys know about the elderly woman that was found.
Oh my God, that was horrifying. That was horrifying. It is horrifying.
Did you know her at all?
No, other than just to see her out, like on a porch. That actually makes me cry. Like, how do you get to be 98 years old? Nobody lives to be 98. It's so rare. And someone else felt that was okay. Like, how does that? I don't know. Like, why does your life end like that?
That's right. Margaret lived just around the corner from Gavin. Tragically, she'd been found deceased. She'd been strangled and her body hidden inside her own home. But the most horrifying facts of what was done to her body after death were not yet known. The answer of who was twisted enough to commit such a crime would hit far closer to home than anyone anticipated.
And then I'd get all scared. I'm like, oh my God, I have on that porch light on out, and I have stranger danger issues.
The irony of Chris's stranger danger issues would not be lost for long.
I can't imagine you doing something like that.
No.
Just interacting with you this whole day. I can't imagine that's in your wheelhouse.
No.
But there was so much about Gavin that nobody knew, including his capacity for unspeakable cruelty.
Did you get put in a bad situation? Somebody put you in a bad situation? No.
Yeah, put it this way. Honestly, it always was bad.
I'm not saying anything bad. Like,
You've already gotten yourself in trouble, so.
I know. I don't know what's that.
Is there more? Because you know it always comes out.
It's not that there's anything more. It's what the, you know.
Nobody always lets you get what happens in there comes out in life. That's the way it works. You mess up, you get caught. You make bad choices, you're gonna pay for it. So if there's something else, let's get it all out on the table so that we know what we're dealing with.
There's not anything else. It's
might seem like a strange line of questioning, but there's a very good reason the detective is asking this question. It likely evoked a feeling of dread for Gavin, as it means that the police know far more than they've been letting on. Earlier, the police kept trying to determine what could have motivated someone to kill Margaret in such an atrocious manner.
So you guys didn't argue. She wasn't upset about anything. And you can't think of anybody that would want to hurt her or that would gain anything.
The detective once again pushed harder for answers from Gavin, leading him to make an unexpected request.
There's something else you need to tell us? What's upsetting you so much?
The detective clearly hit on something.
Honestly, can you two actually leave for a second?
What's that?
Can you two actually leave? So I didn't talk to her.
Yeah.
Knowing what had happened to Margaret, Gavin's mother was likely terrified of what her son didn't want to say in front of her. As it turns out, she had good reason to be concerned. Gavin was also unable to hide his emotions in the interrogation room, but this didn't stop him from giving the detective at least one of the answers she wanted, finally addressing the previous question about meeting up with someone from Grindr. But this was only one of the many secrets she would convince Gavin to spill.
The carjacking, it was me. I'm gonna be honest about it, but the way that he explained it, that guy, that's not right. That Grindr thing, yeah, I have been on it. And this guy was like the first time that this happened, and I told him, like, I was 17 and everything, and I wasn't planning on doing anything with him. It's not my style. I was just, like, he's a 40-year-old man trying to get with a 17-year-old, so I was just gonna rob him. It's still messed up, but, like, that's what he's doing. I don't really think it is. And then, the whole carjacking thing, I never even left Overlook. I literally, I got in, and he's like, what, should we go to the back seat? I'm like, yeah, sure. So he got out. I unlocked the doors, and hopped in the driver's seat, and just drove around, messed with him, and then I left.
You have his wallet?
No. No, that's, because I kept asking him, I cracked the window of the car, cause he walked up, doors go out, everything. I'm like, where's your wallet? And he's like, I don't have it. So then, I open his glove box, and I'll bet. And I'm like, well, show me your pockets. And he's like, I don't have it, but can I have my phone? I'm like, no. And then I turned, and he, tried to grab the window and, break it. And then I gassed it, and he walked, and that's when he left Overlook. And then I went up to, where the dumpsters are, you know where that white van is? Yeah, and that's where I left the car, and I just went home.
Gavin added that he threw the man's phone out the window shortly before he abandoned the car, then blocked the man on Grindr. Believe it or not, all of this would be connected to Margaret's death in the coming days.
I don't even have the act. I believe that after that night. I didn't mean to say that for my mom.
Are you gay?
No, that's not it. I didn't have any plans to do anything.
What was he thinking was going to happen?
I mean,
Was there an act that you guys agreed upon?
no, really, no. Just, NSA. I didn't even know what that meant, but it means no strings attached.
Did he touch you at all? Did you touch him at all?
No.
Why were you on that app?
Really, just for that reason, to find guys that are that well with people, I guess.
That want to get with kids?
Mm-hmm. It's karma, really. If you're gonna do that, then I'm gonna rob you.
The carjacking would be completely overshadowed by what else Gavin had done. The police got a hint of the madness to come while searching Margaret's home. though they couldn't have imagined the nightmare they had uncovered.
You didn't hurt that old lady, did you?
No, and that's what I was terrified of, yeah.
Go read that spot.
Because when I see people that do the video, they're like the girl, and that's like I just said some dark stuff and everything, and like I don't know, people know, like I'm a dark person, I guess, but like I'm not gonna go kill somebody. It's not like that. But the people at the internet, they're like, oh, you killed her, didn't you? I really feel like you did. I'm like, no, I didn't.
So people are saying it?
Yeah, and that's, it's making me really mad. It really is.
There's no reason that we would find your DNA inside her house because we swabbed the hell out of that house.
You shouldn't.
What do you think should happen to somebody that does that?
That kill someone?
Kills a 98-year-old woman.
I don't know. I think eye for an eye is the best way to go. I don't want to look at things. Eye for an eye.
I mean, if it makes you feel better, I will give them your name and let them know your DNA is on file, and they can rule you out. Okay, when we get a DNA profile. Would that help you?
I mean, what, for like the lady? I mean, that doesn't bother me.
Braden's DNA was also on record and would be compared to the crime scene. Howard, Cindy, and David all agreed to provide the police with DNA samples and fingerprints so they could be ruled out as suspects.
I'm sure your mom's getting out this freak out.
Yeah, she probably thinks I'm confessing to murder. She's been in here so long.
Just 3 days later, this remark would be cast in a chilling new light.
Why would you even care about a man like that? Why would you even do that?
I don't know. Like I said, Mom, I don't know why I do anything that I do.
That sounds all vigilante crazy to me. That's what that sounds like. So that will get ordered also, and then God only knows what that charge is going to look like. Do you see how all these horrible things kind of tie together? And you start to get pretty worried about what's happening, especially with the escalation of... Yeah. So, if there's something else, or somebody else that you know is out there doing stupid crap, yeah, can keep it on the down low. Your name won't cross my lips, but I need to get to the bottom of what happened to this poor woman.
While Gavin assured the detective that he'd told her everything, the bulk of his secrets had not yet been spilled. Unaware of what her son had done, Chris permitted the police to search Gavin's phone. With that, they left the police department. When it came to the phone, the investigators were mainly looking for anything about the carjacking. Instead, they found something completely unexpected. It was awful enough that 2 detectives rushed to the Ramsey house to place him under arrest. Take note that he was made aware of his Miranda rights as soon as he was seated in the police car.
When you had your mom leave the room the other day, were you going to tell me this?
No, this was the carjacking. I thought about it, but I didn't know what to do.
Did you know I'd be coming to see you after we got your phone?
I figured. As soon as I heard the knock on the door, I honestly, if my boots were tied, I think I would have ran.
When the detective ushered Gavin into the video-recorded interrogation room, his distress was obvious.
I'll be right back in, okay? And you didn't take anything from the house. Like I said before, it doesn't make a difference either way.
I mean, what other crime can I commit that would really matter at this point? Grandpa? Are you breathing? Feel more comfortable laying down? You want to take this off there for a bit? And stuff, yeah, is it? You want? I'm not worried about you. More comfortable, you know what I'm saying?
Once Gavin was uncuffed, the detective set about filling in the specifics of the gruesome yet patchy tale Gavin shared on the drive to the station. The truth was about to come out once and for all, but each detail would make it more horrific than anyone could have imagined.
Did you go in the house initially just to steal something? Just, honestly, all I did was I wanted the adrenaline rush. Oh, I just steal something. Yeah. So that's why I broke into the car and stuff, is that risk factor. And all I've ever done is take risks, because that's the only thing that makes me enter adrenaline. Yeah, like, I don't know, I think it feels wrong with me. When I have adrenaline, it's like, alright, you feel alive. No, I think there's meaning to it. Right? I don't know what meaning, but you understand what you feel like. I guess it feels different, like, I don't know what I'm saying, but any bad stuff, the magic goes away. I guess.
This tied back to something unsettling Gavin had said in the car on the way to the police station.
The adrenaline is the only thing that makes me feel like I'm even alive. Like when you met up with the guy in the car with that adrenaline.
What matters most to you? Is it unforgettable adventures? Connections with lifelong friends?
Gavin continued his story, and he revealed that his meeting with the man from Grindr hadn't gone quite like he previously said.
And there was some physical stuff that went on between the two of you in the car, right?
Yeah. First time. Officially, I guess. Yeah. This stuff happened when I was younger, but it wasn't voluntary for me. You just weren't sure. Like when you got there, it's kind of like here's the plan, things just start happening. Yeah, I know, that's kind of freaked me out. Like,
Was it just your reaction to it or him?
I don't know, just once I realized I was in the back of the car with the guy, I realized I was just crazy. Yeah, I didn't want any part of it anymore.
Had you met anybody on Grindr before?
I had, yeah, before. So your whole intention of going to the house was just the adrenaline being at the house? Yeah, I didn't want to rob the house. It was just the sneaky thrill of trying to get into the house, get out, and get away. Yeah, but if the door was locked, I would have just walked away. The whole breaking into the house, that was the adrenaline part. I think I didn't have a grip on reality whenever I did that.
You could probably guess whose house Gavin entered. As terrifying as this was, what he did next was truly mind-boggling.
I didn't know whose house it was at first until he saw her. And he knew she knew.
Had you talked to her before? I know we discussed this a couple times, but...
Just going to, like when I was 13 or 14, going to shovel galleries and stuff. You know, she's doing something good.
And nobody was with you this night? And you've not told anybody?
Yeah. Never knew about this. It was dark when I got out. No lights on it.
None at all?
Well, no, there was the lamp where it was on.
Were you at her house for a little while before you woke her up?
I mean, I came over on the porch, and I didn't know what I was going to do. And I looked in the window and everything. I don't know, I felt like going into
by the time he even realized what I was doing, it was too late to stop everything. And you realize that's the reason you're on top of her with your hands on her. And that's like, okay.
Gavin showed the police an injury on his hand, where Margaret's nails dug into his arm. He had other scrapes on his hands, but claimed these were unrelated. Margaret never stood a chance in the fight against Gavin, which likely made her final moments even more horrendous.
So when she died, was she on the couch or on the floor? Floor. Were you on top of her then?
Kind of.
Like straddling her?
Yeah.
Did you use one hand or both? Did you squeeze it or push her against the floor or both? And you said you don't remember if she was bleeding at that point.
The only reason I can think of bleeding was when I told my hand over her mouth.
See, when you're holding her hand over her mouth, you might have pushed it too hard and maybe made her nose bleed.
Yeah.
The detectives knew Gavin had skipped over several particularly nauseating details, but those would eventually come out too.
Now, how long do you think you were in the house before you woke up?
I don't know, probably 10, 15 minutes.
And then from the time you woke her up to the time you ended up on top of her, she was in her, how long did that whole part take?
Usually 5 minutes, and then trying to struggle, and then we had to went down. Yeah. I think I'm a week down was when we got over there.
But you don't remember ripping her panties?
Margaret's underwear was not just torn, but completely ripped from her body. Her bloody nightgown and bra were pushed up around her upper body. Fearing the implications, crime scene investigators swabbed all of Margaret's clothing, her body, and the items in the closet. The results would once again emphasize how reprehensible this crime was.
Did she say anything to you when any of this was happening? Did you say anything to her?
No, it didn't. It happened.
It happened quick.
The level of indignity Margaret's body was subjected to was further emphasized in the detective's conversation with Margaret's nephew, Howard.
And how many times did you guys go into the closet?
I went in twice. When I first got there, the first thing I did was open the closet. So I had to move that heater from in front of the door. It's never there.
Can you tell me how it was positioned in front of the door?
It was flat against the door. All I had to do was put my fingers on the underneath the top lip, and I lifted it up and sped it out of the way the first time I was. And then I wanted to make sure to put it back the way it was, so I moved it back.
Howard said his wife Cindy also moved the heater twice to look in the closet for Margaret's coat to see if she might have left. However, the coat was found in the closet, though it wasn't on the hanger where it belonged. Howard's second foray into the closet was life-altering.
That's when I noticed the tennis shoe. So I tried to pick it up, I couldn't pick it up. I'm thinking, what's holding the shoe? So I finally grabbed another piece of clothing and threw it back. I've never seen this before in my life. White, and I touched it, it was cold, felt clammy, but felt like styrofoam to me. So I moved it.
You alright?
Give me a minute. So I moved another piece of clothing, and that's when I tangled down like this, and I felt it. Up her leg, and it felt the same way. I'm thinking, why has she got styrofoam in here? What is it? And then it hit me.
And it took you a minute to realize that it was her in there?
Yes, it did.
Margaret's other shoe was also found in the closet, carelessly thrown on top of her, along with other items from the closet. It appeared that Gavin had pulled items down at random in an effort to conceal the body, including a sweater and a vacuum cleaner.
That's when basically we left the house. Yeah. I've never seen. I'm sure you guys do all the time, but I've never.
Yeah, it's not something you get used to, no matter how many times you see it.
And to me, it didn't look like glass or skin. That's what
herself.
I know. She wasn't going to eat her by herself or cover herself up. I know that.
When Margaret's body was removed from the closet, police made the skin-crawling discovery that she'd been laying on top of her torn underwear.
How long did you stay there before you put her in the closet?
That was probably like 30 minutes. I just kind of sat there and I didn't know like what was going on. Like I was so in shock. And then I checked my phone and it said it was like 4 something. And I knew my mom had to get up at 5:04.
So then you made the decision then? Did you look around for another place to put her, or was that just the first place you came along?
I guess it was the first place considering like, my time with it.
And then you drove her by her feet, you said, to the closet. What part of her body did you put in there first?
I think it was her head that went in first.
Did you close the closet door? Did you put that heater in front of the door?
Yeah.
The closet where Margaret's body was found was only about 2 3/4 feet wide by 1 3/4 feet deep. In order to make her body fit, Gavin contorted and shoved her into the space, face down, with her knees bent and arms folded.
And you didn't take her wallet? Nobody cares about the 60 or 80 bucks.
Yeah, nobody cares about it. I did, but it's gone. And we throw it. The trash also was trash at my house.
The trash was long gone by this point, but that didn't turn out to be an issue. Police once again involved Gavin's parents, who had followed the arrest team to the police station to help them with their investigation.
Hey, honey, listen. This is going to be a weird request. I need you to take your brother and take her out of the house right now. I will explain later. Maybe go to Uncle David's and just hang there and we'll call you when you come home. No, everything's done already, Zach, so don't play brothers right now.
Once Gavin's 3 brothers were out of the house, the police carried out a search warrant. Their efforts were not in vain. Tucked away in the back of a dresser drawer with Gavin's jeans, the police located Margaret's missing red wallet. Gavin confessed he'd spent all the cash on cigarettes, but Margaret's cards were all accounted for. However, the wallet wasn't the only item of interest.
The night you were on Margaret, did you drink or smoke anything? Do any drugs that night?
No, I was actually sober that night. Which is another reason why I smoke weed and I drink. Because I can't handle myself when I'm sober. Or I can't comprehend. I don't even know the word to use. My thoughts when I'm sober are dark. When I'm high, they're like good thoughts.
Had you ever thought about harming anybody before or taking someone's life before?
Not like planning it out, but like, oh, I'm so mad I can go kill someone right now. Like that kind of thing.
But you never imagined yourself actually doing it?
No, I could never vision myself.
Gavin shared with the police that he had struggled with the urge to take his own life. He refrained, he said, for the sake of his mother, who would have been heartbroken.
I mean, I wondered what killing somebody would feel like, but I've also wondered what jumping off a building would feel like. So it sounds like everything about this was premeditated.
During their search, police came across a journal in his bedroom that would prove that, once again, Gavin was not sharing the whole truth. The journal began with 2 research projects on the serial killers Donald Henry Gaskins and Ted Bundy. After this, the entries transitioned to ideas for skits and short films. Chillingly, in each one, Gavin played the role of a killer. The victim in almost every story was to be played by Braden. As skin-crawling as this was, the entries containing Gavin's personal thoughts were by far the most disturbing. In one, Gavin wrote, "I want to know what's wrong with me. Sometimes I just want to go off on someone and beat them until they're not breathing anymore. It's not even for attention or anything. I honestly want to take someone's life." In another entry, he wrote, "I don't feel empathy or sympathy for anybody. I just don't give it."
Never told your counselor about any of the thoughts that you have?
I do, and she didn't. She started with trying to treat the depression first. But that's something I don't know if this can be fixed. Because it doesn't feel like it's some regular emotion. This feels like it's natural, and I don't want it to be. Anything can be fixed. Yeah.
Gavin had been in counseling on and off for years and was diagnosed with ADHD and depression. Another entry Gavin made in his journal highlighted his depravity. He wrote, "I think if counseling doesn't help, I'm honestly going to kill someone. I'll probably take a girl out to the woods and kill her. I wouldn't feel bad about it, but I know it's wrong." We might never know exactly how much Gavin told his counselor, but he appears to have been very upfront with his co-worker Haley. Haley shared a Snapchat conversation with police in which Gavin told her flat out, quote, "I watched one of those videos on YouTube and I laughed, and I'm pretty sure I could kill someone in cold blood and not feel guilty or sad or anything." Chillingly, when police spoke with Haley, she told them that she had no problem believing the despicable things Gavin had done to Margaret. But police still hadn't uncovered the full story.
So what did you do with your gloves when you left?
I threw them away.
Where at?
In the trash can.
At home? Because there was a glove there. Could you have dropped one?
There wasn't one there. I guess I did drop one.
Gavin said the gloves just happened to be with him from when he cleaned the bathroom at home several days earlier. However, it wasn't the presence of the gloves that police were most interested in. There was something far more disturbing that they had discovered.
There was purple stuff on it. What was the purple stuff that was on there? I get it that there's a whole piece of this that you don't understand why you do, okay? I understand the whole piece that you don't understand. Did the purple stuff have to do with the whole piece that you don't understand why you do? No.
The purple stuff was the jelly. I don't even know where that came into play at.
Did you maybe use it like kind of as a lubricant for something?
In a part you don't understand, and in part just embarrassing. You're just in your own mind, in your own mind. Because it's okay. No, this is okay. I'm saying we understand that it's an embarrassing part. You're just not sure we understand that. I mean, it's okay that we understand it that way. Something I don't understand because,
What? You put the jelly on the glove? Is that when you use her hand to rub your...
Yeah.
This vile post-mortem assault was the nauseating reason the blackberry jam was found in the living room. Testing on the jar revealed the presence of male DNA, though it could not be matched specifically to Gavin. Similar testing revealed Margaret's DNA on the outside of the gloves and Gavin's on the inside, along with evidence of sperm. Male DNA was also found on her ripped underwear, and still the horror continued.
And is that the same time that you were taking some of those pictures?
Yeah, after I took those pictures, what? That's when the shock set in? Yeah, it's like, what am I doing?
Yet Gavin still continued taking pictures. In addition to taking photographs of Margaret while she slept, unaware of the danger, he also documented the revolting process of violating her dead body.
You know, there's a couple of videos of you kind of peeking over the edge of the couch and videotaping her. When was that all done?
That was all the same thing. Why did I lie about anything? That was stupid. Like, I turned the corner and didn't see her in the head. And yeah, then I hid and I, was taking my phone. I was taking pictures to see if she was awake. And then she saw him. And we stood up and she saw him.
All of the photos and videos of Margaret were discovered in a hidden app on Gavin's phone, labeled Dark. It was password protected with the word murder. As if that wasn't enough, something else police found on Gavin's phone only solidified the case against him. The day Margaret's body was found, Chris Ramsey sent a text to her son alerting him of the police presence in their neighborhood, which said, "They're looking for someone." Gavin's casual reply of, "Well, that's Wadsworth for you," was undercut by the fact that he then immediately looked up Margaret Douglas dead and Margaret Douglas, Wadsworth, Ohio. He deleted the search history, but forensic technicians were able to recover the information. Damningly, at the time of Gavin's search, Margaret's death had not yet been publicized. There was only one horrible way he could have known why the police were there and what had happened.
Did you meet him? To her murder like that? No.
Please note that at this point, the male detective stepped out for a moment, leaving Gavin alone with the female detective.
I'm sorry this happened.
Yeah, I'm really sorry that I did all of this.
Were you sorry about all of this before you got caught?
Yeah, like I constantly, I think about it a lot, and I feel bad about what I did. I feel bad. I know it's wrong, but I can't express the emotion.
Once again, Gavin's journal suggested a far more wicked truth. He wrote, "I don't care that I feel the way I do, but I need counseling before I completely go off the deep end and do something that literally ruins my life. I wouldn't feel bad if I killed someone, but I don't want to sit in prison."
If she was here and lying in front of you, what would you say to her?
I'm sorry. That was never meant to happen. I can take it back and win.
There's a subtle upward inflection when Gavin says, "I'm sorry." His monotonous and emotionless tone is a stark contrast from earlier. It appears he can cry for himself, but not others. Still, Gavin seemed to find something else far more troubling than the life he took.
I think if my dad sees me, he's gonna go to freaking jail. Because
unfortunately, it's gonna affect everybody.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's gonna ruin our family name.
Gavin's parents waited in the lobby of the police station for the duration of their son's interrogation. To say they were distraught when the police broke the news that their son was a killer would be an understatement.
All the phone contained images of Margaret before and after her death, as well as videos of your son with her. Engaging in sex with her.
Incidentally, Gavin was wondering the same thing.
What do you think's even going to happen with me?
I think you're going to go to juvenile detention. And you're going to do some time in jail.
How long do you think?
I don't know. I just don't know, Dad.
I'll be honest, this Saturday, maybe 5 days from now, I was leaving.
You're going to run?
Because one reason I didn't yesterday, because I knew my mom just took out my money for my insurance, and I knew my insurance doubled, so I was leaving the money.
Well, Gavin, I'm glad it's going to stop here. I'm glad this didn't go any further. Because I don't know that you would have been able to change on your own.
No, it wouldn't, and I don't know, I had a pretty clear picture of what the next year looks like if I ran.
Unfortunately, I think you want to hunt more people. Was that in your plan?
I mean, that wasn't in my plan, but I could see that happening.
On January 18, 2019, Gavin was convicted of aggravated murder, aggravated burglary, kidnapping, and abuse of a corpse. He was given a life sentence for murder, along with 10 years each for burglary and kidnapping, and an additional year for kidnapping to be served consecutively. Originally, he was meant to serve life in prison without the possibility of parole, but changing legislation for minors who were tried as adults renders Gavin eligible for release after 25 years in 2043.
Grand Margarita. The grand encounter of the margarita.
911, what's the address of your emergency? 911. Hello, 911.
Hey, man, I got emergency, man, like real quick.
Okay, sir, what's going on?
My daughter was locked in the car.
What is the name?
My name's Larry King.
Hello?
Sir,
Sir, what is going on there? I can't understand what you're saying.
Look, my girlfriend, she put her daughter in the car, man. She went to get in, the damn door was locked and locked out.
Okay, sir, is she stuck in the vehicle still?
Look, man, we got out. She's gone, man.
You believe that she's beyond help?
I know, man. She's not breathing, man.
Breathe around, put your hands behind your back. You're under arrest for charge of homicide.
Oh my God, no!
Oh my God. Oh my God. Wake up. The dream's over. It's a nightmare.
We will never know exactly when the nightmare began for 13-year-old Christina Pangalangan, but it came to an agonizing conclusion on August 5th, 2019, when she was tossed into a car by her mother's boyfriend, Larry Eugene King, unable to move or even scream for help. How her mother went from being a 2-time award-winning teacher to spending quality time with her lover while Christina succumbed to extreme heat stroke remains to be seen. Hauntingly, police would have to uncover if this was an accidental tragedy or intentional and malicious. In a series of exclusive interviews, Iwu obtained new information about this shocking case, including a never-before-heard conversation with the perpetrator. Christina was diagnosed with cerebral palsy and epilepsy at an early age. This resulted in developmental delays, limited mobility, and other challenges. She didn't speak, however, one of her mother's former roommates said she communicated effectively with expressions and gestures. Christina could sometimes stand or walk a little bit, but mainly got around by crawling, scooting across the floor, or using a wheelchair. Still, she relied heavily on her single mother and main caregiver, Rita, to meet her needs.
Look, my little sister's standing up on her own. I'm so proud of you.
According to Christina's older sisters, she was always cared for. But somewhere along the line, something went wrong. When the police arrived at Larry King's house in Colleton County, South Carolina on August 5th, 2019, the Volkswagen Jetta where Christina perished was parked in the front yard. It belonged to Christina's mother, Rita Pangalangan, who had been in an on-and-off relationship with Larry for the past 4 years. The pair had only recently reconciled after some time apart. Tragically, Larry's belief that Christina was beyond help turned out to be true. There was nothing emergency medical personnel could do for Christina by the time they arrived. How long it took for her to succumb to the rising temperatures inside the car was yet to be determined. The security camera mounted on Larry's front porch proved to be instrumental in uncovering answers. It also revealed shocking and unthinkable twists in this chilling case. Police brought Rita and Larry to the police station to try and determine how something so horrible could have happened to 13-year-old Christina. While Larry settled in quietly, Rita had a far different response.
You can have a seat right here in this chair for me, okay? If at any point you need anything, just let me know. You can say it, we're listening, okay? So if you need a restroom, you need something to drink, whatever. I don't have any of those. I'm talking about things that make you know, what you need to live.
The police would probably soon regret listening because Rita was about to launch into one of the most taxing emotional outbursts ever seen.
Oh my God, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Everybody hates me. Everybody hates me. God hates me. God. Sorry, God. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
Larry also appeared to be cold, but he found a much quieter way of dealing with the discomfort. As the interrogation rooms were separated only by a thin wall, Larry was privy to all of Rita's theatrics. All this drama occurred before the police even tried to talk with Rita. She, however, had been pretty intent on trying to talk to them. Yet when Rita was wailing and waiting for the investigators to come talk to her, it became clear that she was aware of the police observing her.
No, Christina, no, baby.
Rita's obvious awareness of the camera raises the question of how authentic her distress was. Police likely hoped that understanding what had taken place earlier that afternoon could provide some insight. Just over 5 hours after she arrived at the police station, police came in to talk to Rita and made her aware of her Miranda rights. Once that was taken care of, A conversation about how Christina met such a horrific fate finally began.
Are you under the influence of any alcohol or narcotics today?
I'm being arrested?
I haven't said anything about you being arrested. There's no secret as to why we're here. You understand why we're here?
Yes, sir. Oh my God.
Why don't you explain to me the details leading up to why we're here today?
In every bottle of 40 Creek lives a relentless spirit.
Reviewing the security footage recorded at his house. This means they know Rita already lied just moments into the interview. Even faced with Rita's initial resistance, the interrogators couldn't have anticipated the heartbreaking revelations to come.
Start from, you picked her up from the babysitters. When did you pick her up from the babysitters?
Last night.
Okay.
Oh no. The babysitter didn't have the babysitter had her today Monday. Today's Monday, yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. Today's Monday. I had a babysitter tonight in my house that night. Saturday night. Another Sunday. We went to Mary's last night. Spent a night. Had this little overnight bag and stuff like that. And we were coming home today. And I was going I bring up the car. I come there. I had to open the back door. There's a person.
The surveillance footage starts at 10:59 a.m. So while there doesn't appear to be any possible way for Rita to start the car when they put Christina in, it's unknown if she started the car before that, and we may never be able to confirm this.
Close the door.
Which side did you put her in? Driver's side back. Did you butt her in? He did butt her in.
This comment about the seatbelt is relevant because it could suggest whether Rita was indeed intending to leave Larry's house when Christina was put in the vehicle. Securing her with the seatbelt would have been a clear indication that Rita was departing imminently. However, this would come back to haunt Rita and Larry sooner rather than later.
What's her medical diagnosis? She has developmental delays and epilepsy. So when was the last theater? Over 5 years ago. She had done so good. She had seen her over 5 years.
So she's got developmental delays and epilepsy. That's it?
Yes, sir. That's all she's been diagnosed as. But she lost oxygen to her brain before she was born, so her brain don't communicate well with her body.
Once again, Rita left something out, specifically Christina's cerebral palsy diagnosis. For now, police allow her to continue her version of the story.
Okay. So you packed everything up?
I put myself on up in the charger, ranked up the car with myself in the charger and everything. And the back door open. And closed the back door.
Rita would later argue that this tidbit about her phone was proof that the car was running. She said it was dead that morning, but charged when she and Larry opened the car, proving that she had turned it on. This debate will be significant later. While a lot of what Rita said is true, it left out huge chunks of what was captured by the CCTV. Why she thought she could lie when all her actions were captured on camera is unclear.
Larry got little wedgie things and it blows out and he's trying to get open. I had a spare set of keys for myself and the air conditioner was on there. I didn't think of it. And she was asleep and Larry went to go get the keys and he brought them back. And when he went to unlock the door, the daggone mom was dead.
Tearfully, Rita went on to explain that the key fob Larry retrieved from her house had a dead battery. By the time he got into the car with a manual key, it was far too late. However, this isn't the full story, and the truth of what really happened is far more shocking.
I would have busted that window out if I knew she was in her present. I don't know
Police found more vomit in the back seat of the car, which is a sign of heat stroke. The condition of Christina's body also indicated she'd suffered from severe heat trauma. But if what Rita said was accurate, Christina's excruciating fate shouldn't have been possible. There was no way such a serious case of heat stroke could have occurred under the circumstances Rita laid out. Additionally, if Rita's theory about the seizure was true, police had to question why she told them that Christina hadn't had a seizure in 5 years. But Christina wasn't sleeping, and Rita's story just didn't add up.
Okay, so let's back it up. How'd you sleep last night? How'd you sleep? Did you sleep fine? You went to bed at 11. Did you go to sleep? Yes. You did? Okay.
As is common in interrogations, this answer was already known. Nevertheless, the officer allowed Rita to continue to lay the groundwork for a fabricated story that would later be dismantled.
How about Larry?
Yeah, I'm sure he did, yes,
Okay. So, you got up this morning. She was fine. Got her up.
Got her dressed.
What time were y'all?
Changed the diaper, gave her a cup of Pediasure, saying she was in peace.
This line of questioning ties back to something Rita conveniently forgot to mention. Larry, however, had no such qualms.
Are you on the influence of any alcohol at this time? I was so tired yesterday. Do you feel like you're under the influence right at this moment for a while? I'm tired. I've been out for 48 hours.
Before the interrogations began, both Larry and Rita consented to a blood test. The results would reveal exactly what was in their systems.
This conversation's going to go, then you're going to have to tell me the truth. I've already talked to Larry. I already know details. Listen to me. I already know details, and if you're going to start lying to me, this ain't going to work. How long were you in that house?
10 minutes. I don't know, sir. I don't know. I bought some Kool-Aid, did some Kool-Aid.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Okay. When was the last time you used narcotics?
Narcotics?
Yes.
Note the rapid change in her speech, from hyperventilating and whispering to talking easily in an instant. This makes it clear that her hyperventilation is likely faked, or at the least, exaggerated.
I think I had her on yesterday. When was the last time you used methamphetamine? They were using methamphetamine. I haven't had anything like that.
Now, we just relax, and you know what you tested. Methamphetamine's not come back in your system.
They shouldn't.
Well, so it shouldn't.
As was becoming the norm, Larry said otherwise.
Did Rita use with you yesterday?
She does. She's sick. It's going to come up in my report. It did everything where I told him. She did yesterday. She was yesterday. Yes.
Remember Christina when you guys were indulging?
She was in sleep pushed out.
When asked, Larry swore that Christina had never been exposed to the drug. Yet in an exclusive interview, Rita's daughter said that their mother was extremely anti-drug.
She hates drugs. I can't, stress enough how much she hates them. She actually, something no one knows is she called DSS on me many years ago for smoking meat. Just for smoking pot a long time ago. That's how much my mom hated drugs.
So you didn't use last night? That's what I thought. No answer is a yes answer. And you put it in your coffee last night.
I didn't know that's what it was. I'm sure it was.
Don't yes me.
I wasn't sure what it was.
You're not sure what it was. You have a master's degree. You're an intelligent person. You're more intelligent than you're playing right now.
That's right. Not only did Rita hold a master's degree, but she worked as a teacher in the Colleton County School District for 25 years. During that time, she was recognized as Teacher of the Year twice.
She worked her face off to provide for our family.
And she still went above and beyond for all of us, all three of us. That's why I was so shocked, on the phone call that I got that day.
Ashley shared some of her fondest memories of Christina.
I remember, we'd go to Shoney's on her birthday every year, and she'd be sung, they would sing to her, and she'd clap her hands and give her little fudge cakes.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Christina. Happy birthday to you.
Christina's other sister Elizabeth also shared some of her memories.
One of my favorite videos is we went to a birthday party and there was a horse, and so she got to ride a horse for the first time. So I'm just holding her and she's just laughing the whole time. Her laugh was contagious. She was so loved by everyone.
Meanwhile, police finally managed to get some truth out of Rita.
I do know what it is, but I tried it. It was much. So we can stay awake a while, because we don't never really get to see each other that much. Yeah, I thought you went to sleep. And so we went to sleep at 11 o'clock.
While this was shocking, it was only the first secret police would uncover.
Your daughter is so dependent on you. I'm sure I've been you're about to see the ugly side of me. Right at this point, just know this. I do not care what happens to you at this point. All I'm worried about is there's a dead toilet. Okay? I know. Tell me if I'm wrong, but I know that you and Larry had a little disagreement over you having an affair. Correct? Yeah, we had an argument. This was yesterday, this was today, this morning, today.
Larry again had a different version of how the discussion about Rita's alleged cheating went.
What was the conversation in reference to your affair, you side piece, whatever? Well, what was the question? I'm sorry. We were not arguing. We were like, we're going to take a break. I'll call you later. So were you guys going back and forth having this conversation? Or was it like, he said something, and it was over? Pretty much, yeah. So there's no going back and forth? No crying, no forgive me, no things like that? That was a little bit of crying, but it wasn't like a big, long, drawn-out thing. And where was Christina when all this was happening? In the car. In the car.
Despite Rita's attempts to explain, it was evident that Larry remained indifferent. What began as a seemingly final exchange stretched into a heated debate, escalating along with the rising temperature on that horrific summer day.
And she just, so then she came back in the house. How many times did she come back in the house?
In conversation with Eru, Rita touched on this subject.
What we were arguing about that day was me trying to convince him that I had cheated on him. And that cost him my daughter her life.
The CCTV would show exactly how many times Rita and Larry went in and out of the house, and the footage wouldn't make either of them look good. But the story still got worse.
And I wasn't in the house. I don't want you guys to meet. She was in that car.
According to the CCTV, both answers were wrong. Following their argument, Rita and Larry stepped inside and didn't emerge for 2 hours. By this time, Christina had already been inside the car for 2.5 hours. As the detective continues to backtrack how the events unfolded that morning, he asks more pressing questions.
He asked you to leave, correct? And he will call you later today.
Yeah, no, leaving.
I know that you put her in the car, you turned the car on, and I know you turned the air conditioner on, but you say later. You did that. You saw her put the air conditioner on? You didn't. So you're assuming everything after you turned around and walk away. Or do you know for a fact that she did? Okay, what I'm asking is, did you physically see her start the car and turn the air conditioner on? Or just started to put her down or back up on the porch, how it said. She said she started to put her down. She did. She said to her, man. I'm not saying she never.
However, Larry didn't know about a curious detail that his CCTV had caught.
In the Waverhood, every delivery is a treat.
Hi, Waver. Something minty?
Of course. Rita had stepped out of the house and settled into the driver's seat of her car. She retrieved an item, likely the keys, from the porch, unlocked both the driver's side and Christina's side doors, glanced back at Christina, double-checked through the window, and then proceeded to walk off. Unsettlingly, it was at this precise moment that she inadvertently left the keys in the car. As awful as everything was so far, the police knew Rita and Larry were holding back parts of the story that proved just how heinous Christina's demise really was.
Is Christina verbal? She's not verbal? She communicated. Just like everybody just for her passion. She was ready to tell you the truth. She gets around fast, like on her knees. She loves cartoons. She's real easy. And she doesn't talk to you or she doesn't make noises. Yeah, she really told her. And she knows what's going on. She can't talk.
So she's not capable of screaming for help?
Those who knew Christina said that she was adept at nonverbal communication. But if no one had been around to see those gestures, however, Christina would have been unable to advocate for herself. It's also important to note that Christina's disability didn't mean she didn't have sensation in her limbs. She likely would have been able to feel and understand exactly what was happening to her, but was powerless to stop it.
Did it occur to you at any time to pick up a rock and break the window? Seriously, think about it. She was asleep. Rita said she was asleep. Still, you got a child locked in a car, especially a child like that. If one cannot fend for herself, she couldn't open that car door. She tried. It's right now it's pretty serious. It's about as serious as it gets. All I'm trying to do is I'm trying to let you know. Not that. I mean, the autopsy is going to tell a lot. That's okay. It's going to tell me a lot of things. So you saying that you asked Rita to break the window? I said maybe you want to bust out so you can see where I put my hand up there where they ran the footage and I tried. But she said no. She said no, and she put us through.
Larry might have been able to laugh now, but any lightheartedness would soon become impossible when confronted with the gravity of his choices.
You get the car open, and what you find is a 12-year-old that's deceased. At that time, Rita takes her out of the car, lays her on the ground where she was. You called 911. And from there, everybody's coming. I'm sure it seemed like an eternity. This terrorist just started up.
Making the decision not to break the window even more confusing was the fact that although money was tight for the single mother of a disabled child, according to Ashley, Rita had never shied away from providing for Christina.
Mom accommodated her in so many ways growing up. She worked 3 jobs as a tutor, and she cleaned houses, and she was a teacher just to help pay off a handicapped bathroom that she got for Christina, because Mom she wanted to make sure that we had the best.
At the police station, the investigators speaking with Larry stepped out and went to talk to Rita. However, they were called away to review some evidence in the midst of their conversation with her. Temporarily left to her own devices again, Rita resumed talking to herself. It also became obvious that Rita didn't have a lot of confidence in what Larry was telling the police. Rita was wrong about that, however. If she was going to take the fall, it wouldn't be alone. After an hour and a half, a different investigator sat down with Larry. It was finally time to confront him with the real version of events, provided by the security camera. What it showed was outrageous.
Okay, we just sat and watched the DVR. So having said that, anything that you had previously told Detective Marcarella and the SLED agent, do you want to change any of that? You don't want to change anything?
The police weren't convinced, though.
You was pretty pissed this morning. You know why I know you was pretty pissed this morning? Because your camera just told me that. You know what I saw on that camera this morning? Who put the baby in the car? How'd you put her in the car? You held her like that. Can you account for your actions?
Yes, ma'am, I have to.
You have to, that's right. Yes, you do. I want you to think for a minute how you put that baby in that car. I want you to think about that for a minute. When y'all were arguing and fighting, she been running around on you, she been shacking up with somebody else, you're pissed. Tell me how you put that baby in that car.
I mean, I swear to God, I don't remember everything, but I was aggravated.
Yes, you were. And it shows. You threw her in that car, basically upside down. And it looks like she probably didn't go in all the way, because both of you have to bend back over, like you gotta grab her to get her in the car the rest of the way, and then you close the door. You threw her in the car upside down, but you did. You threw her in that car upside down because you were angry at Rita. What's Christina in the way? Have your relationship?
I mean, he used to take care of me. She really worked hard to go for her, and then, you know, I got her and shot her door, and she was fine. She was fine.
So she didn't limit Rita from doing stuff with you?
No, I didn't know.
If she needed to run to the store and pick something up, how often would that happen, that she would just leave her at the house?
How often would you leave her home alone?
Never. She always had a sitter. Always.
That's my question. How about that? Okay. How often do you remember her home in her room alone?
In her room? Yeah. She's in her room, but the door stays open, but I'm always there.
This was a point of contention with Rita's former roommate, Brittany Honeycutt. As soon as she heard what had happened to Christina, she rushed to the police station to give a statement about some concerning behavior she'd witnessed while living in Rita's house. She also spoke with Iwu in an exclusive interview.
Towards the end, she literally left Christina in the room, and I had no idea Christina was even in bed. And I woke up the next morning to Christina trying to get out of her room, and she couldn't.
It got worse than that, though.
And Christina had a fall, and and she had a bloody nose. And I called Rita and I was like, hey, you have to come get her because she's bleeding and she's freaking out. And Rita was like, oh, she'll be fine, just clean her up. And she refused to come. It took us an hour for her to even get to the house.
Meanwhile, the police pushed Larry harder.
She knows that the baby's in the car. You forgot about her. But she knew that she was in there. She told us that.
We don't threat on her. So when you go back into the house and you and him sit in there for 2 hours.
Oh, no, it was not 2 hours. No, sir.
Despite Rita's attempts to deny it, the reality persisted. They'd been indoors for 2 hours, leaving Christina on her own.
Why didn't she feed her? That's how I can eat. You just got to put a little effort into it. Would you be surprised or shocked if I told you there wasn't any food in the house? None? Besides Kool-Aid and insurance?
Yeah, but she don't cook. She usually buys every day.
But food for her, not for Christina. She just gives her a sippy cup to suck on. She's out of her hair now. She don't have to worry about her anymore.
Police may have gotten this idea when some of Rita's previous mutterings took a disturbing turn. Police had to wonder if this could be a motive. If Christina had grown to such a point that it was difficult for Rita to manage her, they had to consider the possibility that she'd chosen to solve the problem in the most detestable way possible. Elizabeth strongly disagreed with the theory that Christina's death could have been malicious.
The actions ended in a very awful, tragic situation in my life. I will not defend those actions. I grieve the actions. I wish they were different. I wish they would have done a better job digging into, the reasoning and what happened, because my mom had no intent to harm Christina. She loved her so much.
There was a lot more work to be done before the police could say for sure what Rita's motivation was. According to Brittany, this was not the only time Christina had been left while Rita busied herself elsewhere.
When she started yelling at Christina and saying she needed a break, and she would go lock herself in the bedroom, and Christina be banging on her door, trying to get her attention, and Christina was crying. It wasn't just she was making noises. There were tears coming out of her eyes. I would walk out, and she's in literal tears banging on the door for her mom. And her mom was too busy doing whatever she wanted to do, locked up in her bedroom.
A bit of research provided investigators with another unwelcome surprise. Before Christina died, the Department of Social Services, or DSS, had received 5 complaints against Rita. The last complaint was lodged by Christina's school only 5 months before her death. She'd been dropped off at school with untreated burns on her face, neck, and chest. The school asked Rita to have the burns treated, but when no action was apparent, the school once again contacted DSS. This story didn't seem to surprise Brittany.
So she said, do not answer the door if anybody knocks on the door, rings the doorbell. She's like, do not answer the door for anybody. So when she said that, we were like, what? She goes, yeah, somebody called DSS on me, and I think that they're going to come and talk to me. And she goes, you're not allowed to talk to them.
As police knew, things only got worse for Christina after that.
At some point in the video, it seems like y'all could sort of calm down and relax. Okay, y'all are start hugging each other, y'all are standing close to each other. Seems like you've relaxed a little bit. So the things calm down a little bit. Y'all went inside and had. How long did y'all have?
While Rita and Larry may claim not to know how much time had passed, the CCTV was counting every minute. They were gone this time for a little under an hour, and Christina had been suffering inside the heated car for over 3 hours.
Then you come outside and listen to me. Then you come outside and you find out your car is locked. And you can't get in. Now, at this time, your daughter is laying in there, turning depending on you, she can't open a car door like a normal 12-year-old or a 13-year-old. Okay? She relies on mom.
Do you remember touching the hood of the car to feel how hot it was? You did. When y'all looked in the car, before you ever left to come to town to get the key, when y'all looked in the car, what did you see?
I couldn't see the child. The one that's in the car, plus me. You know? Did I look in there?
Y'all looked in there.
I remember looking in the front windshield.
While Larry may not have been able to see Christina, Rita had been caught by CCTV suspiciously looking into the car's window several times. One wonders what she saw and how she can now claim that she forgot Christina was in there. After a few minutes, Rita and Larry brought some tools to the porch. While Larry leisurely prepared to break into the car, Rita established that the doors had not unlocked by themselves. Larry tried to pry several windows open, but with no results. This didn't appear to worry the couple. What they decided to do next was even less productive.
Y'all realize she's in the car. You mess around with the car for a few minutes to try and get in there. You can't get in there. Y'all come back up on the porch. At that point, y'all go over and y'all sit on the swing. And y'all sit there and swing for like 30 minutes. But do you remember the car running at that point?
While the officer said Rita and Larry relaxed on the porch swing for 30 minutes, it was closer to 15. Not that that was any better, because by that point, Christina was trapped in the car for over 4 hours. She'd likely already succumbed to the extreme heat and her mother's negligence by now. When Iwu asked Rita about the events of that dreadful afternoon, she had this to say.
Fruit on the bottom.
Astro yogurt with fruit on the bottom. Seriously.
Something was wrong with the car. Something malfunctioned in that car. Because not only did the air conditioning stop running, but it locked with the key fob inside of there, something that's not supposed to do. And whenever I opened that car door, or if I opened, the car was so hot. The car was still running, but it was blowing hot air. Like the heaters were on. It felt like it was 1,000 degrees.
The officer interrogating Rita clearly had some strong feelings about the situation, malfunction or not.
What happened if the car caught fire? She couldn't have defend herself. What would have happened if she had a seizure? I know. I believe it. Okay, so then, both of them, two supposedly responsible adults, climb on their butts up in the truck and leave. And where was your old 13-year-old daughter? In the backseat of a locked car.
Larry and Rita hadn't rushed to the other car to rescue Christina. They rather chose to linger in Larry's outhouse, engrossed in conversation. Despite the urgency of Christina's situation, the couple appeared almost indifferent to the child's plight on that sweltering afternoon. Moreover, they didn't rush into Larry's car right away either. Larry stumbled upon a problem with his vehicle that he deemed more pressing than rescuing a child. While Rita remained seated, engaging in conversation with Larry as he repaired the car's seat, they squandered an additional 20 minutes before finally pulling out of the backyard.
It's still an hour and a half before y'all even leave to go and get the key. Why would she just not bust the window? Why was she at that point not you, her, somebody?
At that point, I was just constantly being screwed up. Forgot about the little boy, and I was just actively trying to get in the car.
this matter, Rita and Larry finally agreed.
He loved her. That is one of the reasons why I stayed with him as long as I did.
So let me explain this to you, okay? So you guys drive all the way to your house on Academy, then turn around and come all the way back. Now, how many hours has passed? If you were in the house for 2 hours, or you were in the house, I'm telling you what he's telling me, okay? At least 2 hours. How long does that take? 30 minutes. I was going to the window. I know. No. So what did you tell me? It's cheaper for you to go get your key because on the air you just went on. I thought she was. I don't care if it was blowing all the air. You're right. I know. You love a helpless child. I know. Oh my God. Don't touch me. Do not put your hands on me. Sorry. You left a helpless child by herself in an automobile. It was raining. Then supposedly the air conditioner was on. We haven't figured that part out yet. And then you drove all the way in here. It takes about 45 minutes. So that's 45 minutes one way. That's an hour and a half, 2 ways. So now we're up to about 3.5, 4 hours. And from there to my house, about 20 minutes. So whatever.
It took them exactly 48 minutes and 15 seconds to make that round trip. Chillingly, Rita's former roommate Brittany said that this wasn't the first time Rita's thoughts about leaving Christina in cars had caused concern.
She told me that I could take Christina with me to work and leave her in my car while it was parked in the parking lot of my job with the windows down. And she said Christina would be fine as long as she had her cup. And when she said that to me, I said, what the is wrong with you? Because how dare you tell me that and then you proceed to tell me you've done it a couple of times? Unfortunately, a week later, literally 7 days later, when I found out how she passed, it was like she really would do that. That's when everything just like, whoa, like, holy crap.
Rita insisted that she'd never asked Brittany to watch Christina, much less encouraged her to leave her in the car. However, her other statements seemed to be at odds with what she told police.
I mean, I've lived in the car before, but not for that amount of time. 2 or 3 minutes. Yes, I've lived in the car.
You opened that door. You saw what I had to see. I know. Oh my God, I know, sir. I know. I can't believe it happened. You did an awful lot of running and I ain't seen a tear down. You can't even conjure up a tear.
The officer's suspicion likely arises from Rita's inconsistent distress levels. For example, her apparent ability to switch her hyperventilation on and off seems to indicate that it's fake, as true hyperventilating doesn't work that way.
I haven't seen sir, you just don't know that my baby, I'm about to die. I'll tell you something right now. I stood out there, all this time I've been out there, and I stood out there and I watched absolute total strangers fly over that child more than I've seen you. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Give him my heart and soul, and I was a good mother to her. I was a real good mother. A good mother? Listen to me. Listen, a good mother really does not use illegal narcotics while she's in the care of a child who's completely dependent on you. Correct? A good mother does not put her child in the car and leave her in the car for the period that child was in the car. And then, why did you even put her in the car if you were going to go back? Why didn't you pick her up and bring her back into the house?
What matters most to you? Is it unforgettable adventures? Connections with lifelong friends? Peaceful moments of reflection?
The final amount of time Christina was left in the car, which police would soon reveal to Rita and Larry, was absolutely appalling. A look at Rita's Facebook page unearthed this post, which reads, "One thing about me is when I don't care anymore, you're going to feel it." Could this have been exactly what happened to Christina? Police brought up this sinister question with Larry.
A lot of people love a lot of people, but sometimes when they get to that point, they need that break, and they're going to do what they need to do. She's as smart as she is and loves her child. Why would she not do what's right for that child? She has a master's degree. She's smart enough to figure that out.
Make sure I have to get in a car that's locked.
So was this her way out today? Let's put the blame on everybody else. She done got caught with another man. She's trying to make up with you. She doesn't need to be bothered with Christina at the moment. So here's the perfect opportunity to get rid of her, put the blame on somebody else, and now she's free reign.
I swear to God, I don't want to think that she would, and I pray to God that she would.
And now you likely to get locked up. She ain't got a youngin' to worry about anymore, and she's free to do whatever she wants to do.
What am I going to be locked up for?
I said you could. How does that play out for you?
I'm not good at all. When I just told her to, you don't believe the folks come back before I go to leave, and she's keeping my kid, and didn't give me the choice. I got all the police. I had told her to come back, y'all, but she was going to wear my house down.
So you were scared of her?
Yeah. I ain't trying to make Rita silly. But that's crazy.
While police might have initially found Larry's claim hard to believe, Brittany added some context to issues he may have been referencing.
She would always talk about these missions. And later on, I found out these missions were ways for her to sabotage Larry King's property.
Posts from Rita's Facebook mention these so-called missions, including this post reading, "One mission at a time, doesn't everyone love surprises?" She tagged Larry in another post that said, "Stop being the bigger person, slash their tires." Continuing with the timeline of events, the security footage showed that it took Rita and Larry almost an hour to return with a second set of keys. But that didn't mean it was time to try to rescue Christina yet, because shockingly, the couple sat in the truck for another 5 minutes. A new problem arose. Larry previously said the battery on the second fob turned out to be dead. They still couldn't get into the car. When their first efforts didn't pay off, the pair decided to get creative. As you can probably guess, shaking the car had no effect whatsoever.
Okay, guys, I'm here. Now, get back. You have to play with the lock to get it open, right? Okay, so you play with the lock, get it open.
And she was going.
Yeah, she was gone.
I know. I know. This was baby. I was her little caregiver for 13 years.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
I made the worst mistake in my life.
Yep, you sure did.
Rita and Larry eventually got the car open using a manual key, which was hidden in the side of the key fob for emergencies just like this. Tragically, the key discovery came far too late. As Rita dragged Christina's body from the car, Larry placed his call to 911.
Hello, sir?
Yes, sir.
How long has it been since you got her out of the vehicle?
Probably 10 minutes. As soon as I got her out, man, I called you. 10 minutes? I don't know, man. Since the time I got her, I called you immediately, man.
Okay. And you have her right there with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you think she's passed away?
Sir?
You think she passed away?
I know she is, man. I got out the car. She's gone. But we had had AC going, though. We had AC going. We talked for a little bit. Then we got in the car. She was in the floorboard, man. Whew. This is crazy. Oh, my God.
Oh, I know.
You messed up and your child paid for it. Now, put it in there.
I know. Yeah, I don't care what happens to me. I deserve whatever you want to do. I'm glad you said that.
When y'all didn't get the door open, where was Christina? How was she positioned?
Went back, Rita started freaking out. I went and looked at the door. I think she was maybe face down.
Was she in the seat? Was she in the floorboard? Was she partially in the seat, partially in the floorboard?
I think I know she was in the floorboard, I'm pretty sure.
There was no way Christina could have ended up on the floor of the car if she'd been buckled in like Rita claimed.
I was home. I was feeling around screaming, and they were calling 911. I laid her down, but opened every robbery.
You opened that door. You saw what I had to see.
I know, my God, I know, sir. I know. I can't believe it happened.
In our interview, Rita stated,
If I didn't want to take care of her, I could have sent her away. I would have never hurt her, and especially in such an inhumane way. If it was intentional, don't you think we would have unhooked the cameras? I'm smart enough that if I was going to plan something like that, I sure wouldn't have let it be videotaped.
the camera caught even more of the tragedy. Just minutes after discovering Christina deceased, Rita and Larry decided the most prudent thing to do was leave her body on the front lawn while they went back inside the house.
Do you realize that the dog goes over there and spends more time with that baby than her own mama does? More than you do?
I couldn't stand it.
And on the 911 call, when you're calling 911, you're telling them that that's your daughter, and the dog went over there, spent more time with that child laying on the ground dead?
I couldn't, Angela. It freaked me out.
Yeah. She sat in that car and cried. So you left her in the car by herself, then you left her on the ground by herself.
I was scared, man. I couldn't.
And that's when it's too late to be scared.
I mean, when Rita opened that door, I swear I realized, and she falling off the floor. I swear to God, it just... Man.
What was the conversation before 911 was called once it was realized that she was dead? Were we trying to come up with a story? Were we trying to come up with a...
At first, we didn't really realize, but when I seen her, just the way she was sitting, I told you, she's gone, and realized she's gone. No, ma'am, I'm honest, and I know come up with no story, because I would never heard, especially in this situation.
Rita's reaction to the discovery of her daughter's body was quite the opposite of how she reacted in the interrogation room. Soon after pulling a lifeless Christina from the car, Rita was seen picking up a cigarette from her car and leaving her child's lifeless body unattended as she ran after Larry, desperate for a comforting hug. In what looked like a blame game, Rita and Larry engage in another heated argument. Their frustration is palpable as Larry reels off information from the 911 call, while Rita paces around with a cigarette.
It has become miraculously aware to me in my 32 years in public safety that children get hurt or killed due to adult negligence. This isn't an accident. This is an act of stupidity.
Did you not hear crying? Did you not hear hollering?
police deliberated, one officer stopped by to check on Rita. Brittany offered more of her thoughts on the case.
Christina loved Rita, and that is probably the most upsetting part about it is she wanted that love in return, and she couldn't get it. I don't care what anybody says, drugs or no drugs, she did not care about Christina. All 3 months led up to that, and you could slowly see it. She was trying to find anybody in her power to take Christina off of her hands instead of doing it the legal and
When the internet gives you ads, why not make it an ad for an ice-cold Mike's Hard Lemonade?
right way.
The detectives talking to Rita and Larry swapped around one last time, and a new investigator briefly sat down with Rita.
Can I tell you the older this little girl? Can I tell you? I'm telling you, I'll tell you what you want to hear, but listen, I got a job to tell you and to let you know to speak for this lady because she's unable to and never will again. Okay? Accidents happen. This is an accident that's not supposed to happen. This was no accident. If you want to sit there and dope and play games and you and Larry fight and you run around and this and that, turn your baby over to somebody that can take care of it. Don't let us have to come to the base dead in a car. You got big damn medical problems. You got something.
It didn't take long for the police to decide what the next step was.
Oh my God, man. Oh my gosh, no, please. You're under arrest for homicide of that 12-year-old child. Stand up. Stand up. Your actions and the actions of Rita led to the death of that child. Ready to turn around, put your hands behind your back. You're under arrest for the charge of homicide. Oh my God, no! Your actions and the actions of Mr. King led to the death of your daughter. And it pains me to call her your daughter. Oh my God, my poor baby. It was an accident, I swear to God. It's an accident. Was the accident? 6 hours of laying in the car. I just looked at the DVR and watched it. It was a child. It was a 12-year-old innocent child. It was 6 hours. Oh my God. 6 hours. Oh my God, no. You put her in that car at 11 o'clock, 11 a.m., and did not get her out of that car. Oh my God, no. My poor baby. Oh my God. Somebody got her out. I can't. Did you knock her down? I did not double lock her. Turn around,
Christina was left in the car for a total of 5 hours and 42 minutes. When her body was examined, medical professionals found burns on her legs, ruptured blisters all over her skin, and vomit in her lungs.
Oh my God. Jesus, man. She's got burns. Oh Lord. That she's burned. How badly is she burned? She's got her skin, man. I swear. Yeah, it's bad. I swear. Okay, Lord, you know what burned her? I guess maybe, man. And it's hard. It's got hot, bro. Because, you know. Okay, Lord, the vehicle was running whenever you put her in there? Yeah, man, it was running. With AC running.
She turned blue from lack of oxygen. When first responders attempted to take her temperature, the thermometer maxed out at 109.9 degrees Fahrenheit. Her actual temperature could have been much higher. Hyperthermia, or extreme fever, was determined to be her cause of death. Horrifically, Larry was right when he spoke with 911, and rigor mortis had already begun to set in when Christina's body was removed from the vehicle. This process begins approximately 2 hours after death, meaning that Christina likely perished before Rita and Larry even left to go get the second set of keys. Eerily, it wasn't as if Rita hadn't looked through the window and seen her daughter. She'd checked on 5 separate occasions, but one may never be able to ascertain her intentions behind those checks.
Oh my God, that was just a bad dream.
after being arrested, Rita and Larry broke up for good. The results from the blood test confirmed that methamphetamine was in both of their systems. There was a significant delay in court proceedings due to COVID-19, so a verdict wasn't reached until late 2023. While out on bail during this time, Rita remarried to a man named Tony in November of 2022. In an exclusive interview with Iwu, Tony admitted that he was not aware of the case when he and Rita started dating.
My opinion of her did not change because I know what type of person she is. She is a really good person.
Rita's daughters also continued to stand by her side.
My mom on August 5th was not the Rita like we know. And drugs do that to people, whether you take them by choice or by not. That is the reality and the consequences of drugs.
She's not the person that the media, has stressed or made her out to be. They witnessed a couple of days of her life that ended in a horrific, tragedy that we'll never forget. But that's not her.
At the end of the day, I was like, it doesn't matter what anyone tells me because I don't have my little sister anymore. I don't care about the facts.
Elizabeth was the one who later planned Christina's funeral. It was Dora the Explorer themed, since that was one of Christina's favorite things.
We even played We're Going on the Adventure song at the funeral.
In September 2023, Rita and Larry were convicted of murder and inflicting great bodily harm to a child. Rita had this to say about her sentencing.
Prison can't even be as hard on me as I have been on myself the last 4 years. It was an accident, shouldn't have happened, but it was an accident. And if they would have charged me with negligent homicide, involuntary manslaughter, I would have taken a plea deal because it shouldn't have happened. They did not offer me negligent homicide. They wanted to make an example of me, I guess. And they have. I should have made better decisions.
Rita was sentenced to 37 years for murder, along with 20 years for great bodily harm to be served concurrently. Larry was sentenced to 32 years for murder, with a concurrent 20-year sentence for great bodily harm. Neither are eligible for parole. Rita said she's currently in the appeals process.
Do I deserve to be in prison for the rest of my life? I don't think I do.
No matter what, Christina's tragic loss changed the family forever, and she is greatly missed.
Mark's This Is Big event is on now until September 11th. Save.
In the neighborhood, every delivery is a treat.
One pistachio for you, sir.
Did she say anything to you?
No, she just poured.
Are you burned too? That's one of the worst burns I've seen. Her whole right arm popping off, her face sloughing off.
I'd say she has less than a 2% chance.
Her brain vessel wrong?
Her what?
Wait, is she like burned black?
No, she's not burned black. That's not how it works when a human being burns.
You sure about that? Because I think so.
So if she dies, then that charge will upgrade to premeditated murder.
Yes, sir.
I don't think she's gonna wake up.
March 30th, 2022 was a day like any other for the employees at a Circle K gas station in Pensacola, Florida. That is, until a customer doused one of the cashiers in gasoline and then set her ablaze. The investigators were left struggling to understand what could have driven the perpetrator to do such a horrible thing. What they uncovered along the way was nearly impossible to fathom. The majority of the following footage has never been seen before. The Escambia County Sheriff's Department first learned of the gruesome assault when they received this distressing 911 call from a nearby Circle K gas station.
Okay, do you need police, fire, or ambulance?
We need both police and fire. This lady just said somebody on fire at the store.
Is she still on fire?
Yes.
I need you to go and tell her to stop running, drop to the ground, cover her face, and roll around.
What the hell? That girl is crazy. She just...
Is she still on fire?
Yeah. What? Oh, no, okay. Yeah, she's still on fire.
Okay. Tell her to stop around. On the ground. If you have any water available, douse her immediately. Where all is she burned?
Can I see? She's burned on her face, her arms, from her waist up. She's burned. Her skin is
everything. Both arms.
Yeah.
Okay.
Her arms, her face, her neck.
Okay.
A second 911 call came in just moments later, and once again, the background noise was spine-chilling. Seeing the carnage in person, though, was so much worse.
Hello?
Yeah, she's back here.
Hey, where'd the girl that set her on fire go?
She gone. She just left. Yeah.
Yes, that she is going to have to go to the hospital, sir. Oh. Yeah, the EMS come in. It's going to be a trauma on her.
A quick-thinking customer doused the victim, Joey Helmick, with a bucket of mop water. The police would speak with the man, but first they had to deal with the horror still unfolding at the scene. Shockingly, even the victim's understanding of what had happened was extremely limited.
Hey, did she say anything to you?
No, she just poured me.
Are you firing too?
Yes, set me on fire. I didn't even do anything. I just walked in the store.
Baby, how old is she?
I'm 37.
How old do you think the girl that burnt you?
Oh, I don't know.
Approximately 1/3 of Joey's body was covered in second and third-degree burns. Even with the doctor's best efforts, her condition rapidly worsened. She was placed into a medically induced coma and needed life support to survive. In a last-ditch effort to save her life, Joey was airlifted to a specialized burn center in Alabama. Back in Pensacola, it was the police's top priority to track down the perpetrator and detain them before they could cause further harm.
Did anybody see where she went? In a car?
Luckily, the witness was able to give an incredibly detailed physical description of the suspect. He said the police needed to be on the lookout for an African-American woman in her late 20s or early 30s, wearing a black sweatsuit with yellow zipper details. Her toenails, he said, were painted with blue glitter polish. The description was broadcast to all the units on scene, and it wouldn't be long before the police caught up with the person responsible for this heinous crime.
Yeah. All right, she has a black hoodie that we just found in the trash can. Smells like gas, so we're on the right track.
While the foot chase continued, other officers circled the neighborhood in vehicles. One noticed a woman perfectly matching the offender's description heading up a driveway.
Hey. No, go ahead, sit down there and go talk to him real quick.
We're working on that. You're being detained right now for an investigation.
Within another 5 minutes, the police dog tracked the scent of gasoline to the same location.
Just one right, that's gonna be her. Oh, that's okay. Hello, sir, how are you? Yeah, that's her. Put her in the car. That's the exact description, down to the toenails.
Who said I have your toenails?
Ain't nobody talking to you right now. We'll talk to you in just a minute, okay?
With the suspect in custody, the officers couldn't help but dwell on the disturbing things they'd seen at the gas station.
That's one of the first burns I've seen. Her whole right arm flopping off, her face is flopping off.
The horror, however, seemed to be lost on the suspect. When she was alone in the back of the police car, it quickly became obvious that something wasn't quite right.
Miss, can you
look out for some people. Some people please all these guys. And I don't want to go right to prison. Let me get my father paid. Did I do it? No. She catch me? Everybody know I go to jail. Don't worry about it. Did I do it? I don't know. Did you see me? See me? See me? I'm real. I'm real. They ain't gonna take that value. And she want me a butt out bad butt. Double the back on tell me I bust. Put the city in the outs for us. Money make me too right. Money make me stupid.
Believe it or not, this was nothing compared to some of her later behavior, which would pose a significant barrier to understanding the crime. Before departing the scene, the police also spoke to the elderly owner of the home where the suspect was apprehended. She was a friend of the suspect's family.
She said something to you about a gas can?
That's something like that. Gas can. I ain't worried about it.
Well, we might be worried about the gas can. Where would it have been at?
She had it when she left me. She said she's going to some cop gas. I said, for what? She said, I got a phobia. I got to put gas in. Well, I didn't question it, but that's what I was talking to her about when she got. I said, what'd you do with my gas can? Throw it away?
How long was she gone before she came back?
Just a few minutes.
More of what the homeowner had to say would become relevant once the police began to untangle the complex details of what led to the horrific events at Circle K. Getting the story directly from the suspect, however, would not prove to be as easy, and the detectives involved in the case would likely remember it as one of the craziest interrogations they'd ever conducted.
Every time you're sleeping, I want you to say what you get up. We can look at us, them people, my baby, please, my baby, like, what's going on? That's not too serious. Just anybody. Please, you can't disrespect. Don't tell me something that a black person over me. When a black person would never say, then tell nobody people muscles. Disrespect me. I was already mad. It was for two goddamn white people in there. And for me to jump on the camera and say, bitch, you still mad. Okay, this is what happened. I'm there and shit. I didn't say no, I walk up. You said something. I mean, she won't like it. Excuse me, they came saying that and like, why didn't you just call her like that? She made me some gas. Yeah, well, she gonna have to come back to see me then. The money with the girl's in, the money with the girl's friend, the money with the thing.
The reason Betty was behaving this way would have to be determined sooner rather than later. What police learned would have a huge effect on the case, particularly when it came to the question of motive.
Hey, how you doing, ma'am? You need something to drink?
Yes, please.
You want some water or what?
Can I try some juice and soda, please?
What kind of soda you want?
Please, sir.
I mean, we got Coke products, Coke, Dr. Pepper, Mountain Dew.
I'll take Dr. Pepper, please.
Dr. Pepper. Oh, Dr. Pepper. We have something in common. Love me some Dr. Pepper. What's your name, sweetie?
Sir, my name is Betty Jean McFadden.
Betty?
Betty Jean McFadden, sir.
Is it okay if I call you Betty?
Yes, that's fine, sir. That's my first name.
Awesome. Betty Jean.
Yes, sir.
It's a pretty name.
Thank you, sir.
Where do you stay at?
I'm homeless.
Though Betty had been picked up at a house, she clarified that she did not live there. The homeowner said that in the past, Betty and her family members had stayed with her, but that was no longer the case. This was a great start to ironing out what had happened at the gas station that day. But then, Betty's story took a sharp turn off topic.
Well, sir, I don't want to make a little complaint. I've been homeless, and I was in the streets to try to go get some heroin. I couldn't make it, but, I'm trying to find out who the guy was.
Look at what I got.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. There you go.
I'm not blaming my mama for that, because I know what she would do.
Despite the brief interruption, Betty launched right back into her story. Unfortunately, it didn't make any more sense than when she started, leaving the police struggling to understand Betty's mental state.
Well, that was about 2 years ago?
Yes,
Okay, good deal. So, do you know what year it is now?
We should be in 2022.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, do you happen to know who the president is right now?
Biden? Why are you asking me these questions? Am I in trouble?
Well, we're going to talk about that.
Okay, sir. I'm explaining to you, listen, I'm black, so you need to listen to me because it's a complaint. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why I'm in here, so don't get an attitude with me, okay? Listen.
Hey, look,
I'm here to listen to you, and I want to hear everything you got to say, okay?
So just ask me questions. What's going on? I don't know.
At this point, the detectives made Betty aware of her Miranda rights, and she confirmed that she was willing to keep talking with them without a lawyer present. This was the beginning of a wild ride.
I'm just a little upset right now.
I understand. Hey, look, I'm just trying to get to know you because you and I have never met each other before.
What's going on here?
And so all I want to do is...
My hair, sir?
We'll talk about that, but I want to get to know you a little bit.
What is that paper?
That's your rights.
In order for a suspect to waive their Miranda rights, they must show that they understand those rights, have decided intelligently not to invoke them, and have not been coerced into continuing to talk with police. The fact that Betty almost immediately demanded to know what the paper she just signed was isn't a great indication that she understood her rights.
Can you kind of tell me what you did today? Start from when you woke up until right here with us meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry. I kind of did something that I don't know what I did. What's the next question?
Okay. So you said that you did something today because something upset you. So tell me about that.
Somebody came to me. Right? Cortez came to me, said something to me, but it wasn't intended for her. I was going there to do something to try to be home, which I am.
Okay. Where's there? You said you were going there.
I went to start some of my own business. I just want to go with soda, but I mean, I'm not going to keep telling you. Just tell me what's going on. I'm not telling you what else.
Well, why do you think you're in here?
I know I did.
Okay, well, what did you do?
I went and stole me and did a criminal act.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What was that criminal act?
I'm not telling you.
Though Betty was currently reluctant, her story would come out in due course. As it turned out, she was hiding more than anyone expected.
Okay. So did you go to the Circle K today? Was that one of the stores you went to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you get some gas?
It's not funny, sir. Listen, the woman that worked here, she working at Cisco. She came to me, I had to take my gas. I'm not accepting the food with this. Listen, it was not for her. She said to me, it was for two white people in the store. They get burnt alive.
When police pulled the security footage from the Circle K, they were able to see Betty outside the gas station. Interestingly, the accusations Betty made next did not appear to line up with what could be seen in the footage.
She had to walk into the store, and she's like, I'm trying to get gas, but they said I'm going in and stolen murders because I was mad, because somebody told me I was going to say, listen, somebody told me that you look like me.
So somebody told you the girls in the store were up here?
Listen, the next thing I'm going to do, you said you fight me, I'm going to stand against the butcher and then add. Listen, if you cut the butcher right here, her hand can come right.
That's possible, yeah.
Iwu reached out to Betty directly for an exclusive comment, and she stated that on the day of the attack, she, quote, politely lost her mind.
So anyway, you said you burned that. So...
And they said, there are two white people and it's stuck in a bird. I tried, when I seen the glass up, I was trying to go jump and get out the register. Do they have keys on them?
It depends. Every store's different. Every store works different. I don't know if they do. So just because again, we kind of switched there, so I just want to check. So you were trying to get the money? And
listen, that was my first attempt. Until she said, she was like, what the she gonna come on to me, man. Listen, it's not for her. If I did something to her, I got a witness. I'm not apologizing. What's going on? Listen.
questions?